How you feeling, 11? How you doing, man? Oh wait, you're muted. That explains why you're not talking. I'm a very observant commentator. And gentlemen, we'll be ready to start momentarily. I don't actually know if we're on the main scene or not. We are! Okay, cool. I gotta love stream delay. Anyway, hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to yet another installment of the Sundown series, number 81. Hope you all are having a wonderful start to your weeks. We got quite the banger bracket for you guys this week. I think this is either our biggest or tied for our biggest Sundown series to date. 66 entrants, a lot of heavy hitters. It's going to be a really fun time, so you guys watching at home are in for a real treat. My name, of course, is Wonky Drive, and I am on my own this week. Or at least for this part of the bracket, I am rocking it solo. I'm going to try to keep you guys somewhat entertained, as if the players themselves won't be doing most of the talking, so to speak. So, with that being said, Cozy Melon abandoning me on my post. I see how it is. I get it, man. I get it. I will be taking it personally. I will absolutely be holding a grudge. Anyway, though, enough of my shenanigans. We're gonna be opening up. We're gonna be opening up with Cobalt versus Radiance as our first set of the day. Again, we have a lot of really great players in attendance, so hold on to your seatbelts, because do you hold on? No, you hold on to your seat. Hold on to your hats. Okay, whatever. I'm already falling apart here. This is what happens. 5 minutes, no Cozy Melon, then the commentary already starts to degrade. But yeah, again, hope you all are having a lovely start to your week. Of course, we really appreciate you spending these Mondays with us for these events. We hope you have fun entering, competing, watching, whatever it is that you do. And with that being said, seats and hats work. Okay, thank you, Cozy. I got the commentary coaching in the background. Let's go. Start off with game number 1. Get enough of my yammering about. Get into the set. Starting off on a real strong note, Sonic versus Steve on Pokemon Stadium 2. You know, you really couldn't ask for a better way to open up a bracket than with everybody's, on paper, least favorite characters. And we're starting off at high velocity. Are we not supposed to be on PS2? Post-cursed round 1? Yeah, no. Again, we got a real banger to open up this week, Buddha. How you doing, man? Good luck in your bracket run, by the way. You got, I forgot who you're up against. I have the brackets pulled up. I can see that information. But, good luck is all I can say. You entered the most stacked Sundown series today, and you have to open up into Shadow Tien. Oh, boy. My fingers are crossed on your behalf, brother. Anywho, that was a quick game 1. I assume, I'm going to take the liberty of assuming we ended up on the wrong stage. No, PS2 was the correct stage. I'm not sure what's going on then. Oh. Okay, apparently it was a controls issue. Okay. So, it's cool. The stage was correct, and I guess we're letting this slide, even though they had botched controls. All right, let's do another take of this. Sonic Steve to open up your brackets. It could be this or it could be Grants. See how things go as we start off. Game number 1 for real. Pokemon Stadium 2, Steve, Sonic. And of course, it's going to be a really speedy match, as you can imagine. Very, very, very speedy match. I don't even know what happened. I blinked and the stock's gone. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Hello? Okay, Nintendo? Oh, brother. This is going phenomenally well. The only thing better than Sonic Steve to open us up is laggy Sonic Steve. I don't think I could have asked for a better way to start this off. Yes, Steve was, in fact, immaculate. I wonder if we're going to get a lag check or if Cobalt's just going to play it out. He's up a full stock. It depends on what the direction of the game is, but there we go. It looks like Nintendo is starting to Oh. Oh, no. This is going very well. Are we going to open up with a JV4? Is that how this is going to go? It's kind of what it's looking like at the moment. Cobalt is yet to be hit. And Radiance. Oh, no. Never mind. All right, cool. No JV4s to open us up with, but yeah, this doesn't look the most doable at the moment if you are in Radiance's shoes. Yeah. Well, that was certainly an opening game. Again, I hate to be disparaging no matter what character you play. I, believe in the concept of the grind, but definitely a bit rough. It's not the opening you want to see, but you know what? For the viewers, it might be the opening you want to see. The less Steve Sonic for those at home, the better. Shadow ended up DQing. Oh no, my goat. Damn. It'd be that way sometimes. That's Wi-Fi for you, man. It's cool. There's still, again, DQs are like the classic inevitability of the realm of Wi-Fi. It happens. with that being said, game 2 of our exciting set, not to focus too much on what's happening in DQ land. Game number 2 of our bracket will be starting momentarily. I believe we are going to... Just kidding, I can't tell you where we're going yet because they haven't decided that information either. Hopefully something, or are they doing a lag test, especially after that massive lag spike? Apparently there were control screw-ups again. Okay. That explains it. Okay, so apparently, just to like give you guys the little insight from the side of StarGG chat, apparently there were still controller issues, or issues with the controls, not necessarily the controller itself. But at that point, it just wasn't worth like trying to restart a second time. So hey, that's a little explanation of what happened there, and now we're sitting here waiting. Hopefully those controls issues get sorted out. You know, that wasn't exactly the best opening. Okay, anyway. Game number 2. We're officially going into game number 2 at this point. We're not going to run back game 1. And we're on PS2 once again. Cobalt may actually get a match this time, which, you know... Getting a free win is something, but honestly, there's a certain value as a competitor. There's just a certain degree of fun that comes with actually earning that win, you know, getting those kills, getting those hard reads, whatever. So, well, yes, on paper, you may have gotten that W. There's something a lot more rewarding about really earning that W. Starting things off, though, it does look like the controllers... the controls on Radiance's end are either cooperating or he has adapted to whatever issues are currently going down. Right now it is Radiance at the deficit and without any iron whatsoever. Again, that's one of the hard things about this matchup is you're dealing with the fastest character in the game, at least on the ground. So it's gonna be a struggle for you to really keep Sonic away. Even with Steve's ample keep away tools, even with the 3-block walls, it's not going to be free game of being able to get those resources. Still only 1 iron on deck, and by the time you get up those walls, the other thing you got to remember is that the walls, once they finally are up, Sonic's already there breaking them back down. A forward smash, though, going to be coming out from Radiance to net that first stock of the game. We got a real big turnaround from what we saw in those first 2 games. Those were a little bit of a disaster. Now gold tools on deck, which honestly, in this situation, might be more valuable. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. The up smash going to be getting rid of those pretty much immediately. Stone tools immediately coming out. And just the back throw, not going to look for any strings here, which, again, reasonable enough. Sonic is not the easiest character to combo, and that was, frankly, not the most opportune percent. Taking a moment to breathe, to get some materials up. We do have iron on deck now, which is a pleasant change of pace if you are in Radiance's shoes, again, having been able to accrue a little bit of it, but it doesn't matter. The forward smash going to be enough to evaporate that stock. And now just the dash dance in the corner. Sonic is up a stock, and you know what that means. You absolutely know what that means. It means it is a game where you have to approach. Now, letting Steve sit back and get diamonds is definitely a questionable approach to the matchup, but I guess Cobalt feeling pretty confident in himself and his ability to pursue. Maybe a little too confident, though. Again, the stock dropping really early to that anvil. Now, with diamonds here and online, it's real. It on paper is anybody's game. And again, that's such a weird thing to say, looking strictly at the percentages, but you know, you've seen what Steve can do. There's a whole lot of iron. Again, Cobalt playing really passive here, which I guess makes sense, given that, again, you're Sonic. You don't have to approach right now. But you are also giving Radiance a lot of time to just gather materials. And getting grabbed out of the bin dash cannot feel good. Again, every hit here with diamonds on deck and with this much materials for Radiance here is you're definitely going to be feeling every mistake, but it's not going to matter. The up smash there. Cobalt closing out the interesting 2-0, knocking Radiance down to the loser side. Radiance at least was starting to play better. You know, there was semblances of a cohesive game plan on that front. So hey, that was it was something. Again, it's just really unfortunate to see controller issues or issues with your control scheme. I'm not sure exactly which it was. Regardless of what it was, though, good stuff to Cobalt. Moving on, unupset in the winner's side of bracket. Now I will be leaving it. Okay, we already do have our next match on deck. It is Esam versus Vasilias. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. But yes, the everybody's favorite bald person, Esam. Is there a better way to introduce the guy? Pikachu specialist. Yeah, sure. Content creator. Yeah, sure. Twitch streamer. Maybe. Apparently, I butchered the name of Esam's opponent. Which, oh well. My sincerest apologies. You know what? I'll get the, you know what? Infinite wisdom from the back. Dr. Curb. How do I pronounce the name of Esam's opponent? Esam on the Luigi? Excuse me? Is that correct? The overlay lying to me? What is it? What is this? Excuse me? Yeah, what is the overlay talking about? Was Esam playing Luigi at some point? Whatever. Also, Dr. Curb, I am going to call you out. This technically is tied, from what I can see, for our biggest Sundown series. At least when it comes to strictly the number of entrants. Is it Vasilias? The way you typed it was Vasilias. And the way it is on StartGG. It's tied for our biggest. If you're talking... Yeah, I said... I didn't say any ends. Vasilias. Vasilias. I never said an N. Okay, I'm getting corrected on grammar that I'm not using. Love it here. Thank you, Doc. Vasil ES. Is my mic, like, bugging out? Is that what's happening here? Hold on. No, my mic is correct. Okay. Whatever. Anyway, jumping into the match and enough discussing, you know, phonics. We're gonna be jumping into things. King DDD versus Pikachu. Now, for those who are familiar with King DDD as a character, DDD is not great for a variety of reasons, but does do solid on Wi-Fi. Is a lot harder to punish. As I say it, though, Esam, no stranger to taking advantage of these heavyweight characters. He's a guy who's been who's very well practiced with these Pikachu sequences, and now we're just seeing this damage racking up. These lightning loops are so brutal on heavies, just in general. I mean, the loops are detrimental to you no matter what character you're playing, but especially on heavies, it almost is like the loops on their own are almost enough to mitigate the extra weight by the few kind of attacks on that weight. My god, Esam, please! We have time! We are not in that much of a rush. Oh my lord, the loops just keep on going. Esam lapping him with percents once again. Suda is finally getting an opportunity to sit on the stage, but God knows how long that'll last. The jab lock into the down tilt. Not going to be able to get the re-grab, though. Again, it's just Esam sitting with an extremely comfortable lead. Drag down into the down smash. Is Vasilius even going to be able to get a stock is the question. Right now, Esam not looking like he's going to give him anything resembling a shot. The drag down into the down smash, that's going to be the end of it. A explosive minute and a half 3 stock to start things off for Mr. Shiny Head. Again, the problem with making ball jokes is I feel like, given how long Esam's been in this community, I think every single ball joke that could be made has been made. It's very, very difficult to be original when it comes to that. But my god. Enough about the Shiny Head. Let's get back to the game at hand. That was rough, to say the least. When you've been playing Smash since, I want to say Brawl, you naturally tend to have solid skill when it comes to matchups. You have an understanding of how the character's metas evolve. You're competing in this game at a high level for all this time, so naturally Esam has a pretty solid understanding of the matchup, but oh my lord. We'll see if a bigger stage is able to do anything for Vasilius here. So far, I mean, it's the opening's been a lot better, but and the platform layout is definitely a little more favorable. You're not going to get lightning looped onto a platform. Though, at the same time, I don't know if you'll be able to land in general. It's quick 64% from Esam. Again, the loops have been just on point. That's the other thing. Esam is, aside from already just being a consistent player because he's competed for so long, he also plays on box, and I believe has benefited greatly from that, if I recall correctly. Oh my god. Never mind, man. Vasilius got 2 hits in, and then Esam said never again. This is not going great. The double up tilts. It's the IDJs? Okay. And we're back into Nair Loop City. Gonna be able to get out of it this time around, but still eating a very hefty amount of damage. Again, this character can just do so much so quickly. Again, what the problem with being on a bigger stage is, yes, you have more room to get away from Pikachu, but it also means that Pikachu has more room to maneuver around you, which is especially difficult when you're playing DDD, who kind of needs you to be locked down. Especially in this matchup. There's a reason that people say Pikachu is broken, but hey, we are seeing an improvement from that first game. Vasilius is able to get a stock, but getting caught going high, you know, that's the struggle with dealing with Pikachu. You can't really go that far up there because there's going to be a thundercloud waiting to send you into your next stock. Esam still with a very, very commanding lead. These Nair trains, of all things, doing quite a bit of work, and that's the down air, that's the stock. Esam with a commanding 2-0 victory. Speed running his match on stream here to push his way that much closer to top 16. He will be moving on off stream to fight against the winner of Niwo and insert name. Anywho. We do have our next match on deck. Okay, I have been informed. It's going to be one of Ultra's players. Hello? Microphone? Are you working properly? My microphone's in a very scuffed situation right now, so if my audio ever gets a little iffy, I apologize in advance to those of you who are watching at home. but we're managing. In the meantime, though, we do have our next match on deck, as I mentioned. It's going to be DJ Don versus Sebai. Of course, DJ Don representing Team Ultra, so a little bit of commentary bias is probably appropriate. And Sebai, on the other hand, very solid PT player from what I recall. So this is, again, going to be a really fun one. Now, the question of the hour is, who's DJ Don going to play? DJ Don, of course, for those who are less familiar with some of Team Ultra's players, has options when it comes to characters. Primarily known for the Steve, but we have seen the Duck. Apparently, the Duck Hunt came out in bracket. Additionally, there's also been plenty of other characters. I believe he also has me Brawler and a me Gunner, if I recall correctly. So there are options on deck. I believe he said he's going to be doing it a lot more matchup dependent in the future. So we'll see. I don't know if PT falls into any of those special matchups, however. It should be a fun time all around. Anywho. Okay, I'm still dedicated to trying to prove Dr. Curb wrong when it comes to this being our biggest Sundown series. I would swear we had one that I think was like 1 or 2 entrants bigger. I have been able to confirm that it is at least tied from what I've seen so far for our biggest Sundown series. I think the other one that's like in contention is 74. Sundown series. Though, when it comes to... I will give him credit, though. When it comes to players, I think this is probably the most stacked event we've had. Or, excuse me, not 74, 72. Anyway, enough of my yammering and squabbling with Dr. Curb. We've got our next set on deck. Already hopping into things. We got DJ Don rocking the Brujo tag. For those who are not in the loop, Brujo this weekend had a very solid run at Mash Harder, taking several really strong wins, including eliminating Zamba twice in Grands. So, shout outs to the 15-year-old prodigy. Again, it feels like nowadays, if you want to be good at Smash, you just got to be young. If you are over the age of 18, it is too late for you to get good at this game. I think that is the takeaway that these kids are teaching us, man. Gotta get your walkers out. I always feel like the Club Penguin icon, where it's like the geriatric penguin, and it just says over 18 next to it. That's how I feel whenever I hear about these results. But yeah. And then again, on the other side of things, we got Pokemon Trainer, always a eccentric and fun character. Also a character that does pretty decent against Steve, at least on paper. Right now, though, it is DJ Don taking that first stock and immediately getting a quick 50%, almost another stock there, if Sabai wasn't careful. And the wall catching the recovery as well, and the forward air. My God, what is it with our players are playing very fast today. It seems like aside from our opening match, they saw that our opening match was Steve versus Sonic, and everybody said, okay, we got to turn up the pace. So hey, from an organizational perspective, we appreciate it. You're keeping us on the schedule. We also have a little bit of time, man. There's the up smash coming out from Sabai. Getting a stock on the board. DJ Don, though, immediately going ahead and getting those gold tools back online. Do we actually have ChunkyKong versus Esam? Is that seeded? If we do have that happening, that's going to be a pretty fire match. I don't know if that's actually seeded, though. No, it's not. Or at least not yet. I'm pretty sure that... Are they? Okay, whatever. I don't know. If that does happen, that would be pretty fire, though. I might be getting gaslit by the chat. It's possible. There have been plenty of Sundowns bigger, by the way. Oh, okay. So I'm getting trolled by everyone. Oh, we got ChunkyKong and Easy. Yeah, we got a lot of really. I think on paper, when it comes to like notable entrants, I think this is our most stacked Sundown series. There it is, though. The up smash coming out from DJ Dawn to close out that game number 1. Sabai was able to bring it back to even stocks, but wasn't able to start getting that stock underway, which it be that way sometimes. But hey, it does go to show that the adaptation is there. And again, I do believe that PT as a character does pretty decent against Steve. Ivysaur has some really solid tools in the matchup. And of course, Charizard is Charizard, you know? Charizard is a X factor of a character. That back air does egregious things that not enough people talk about. But anywho, we're now off to good old-fashioned stage bans. It is Sabai's counter pick, so there is the opportunity for some voluntary adjustment. We are seeing a character swap as well from DJ Dawn. As I mentioned earlier, I was saying that DJ Dawn has a healthy roster of characters on deck. He's got that, and Me Gunner is one of the characters I brought up, so it is nice to see a change of pace. We're going to be seeing the Steve coming out here, or not the. I guess it is. It's not. It's certainly not Steve, but it is still Minecraft themed as we get into the Mii Brawler. Going over to small battlefield this time around. I do like this pick. It allows for a lot more up close and personal action. There's a lot less room for Dawn to get away if you're in Sabai's shoes, which is also extremely beneficial. Especially in this matchup where things can get extremely slow. That's just the nature of Mii Brawler as a character. You gotta be very patient when dealing with a character with a loadout like this. It is interesting to see the use of the laser. I feel like of the Mii Brawler neutral specials, the laser is probably the least frequently used that I've seen, though Dawn has been getting some pretty solid value out of it, all things considered. Forward tilt, though, coming out from Sabai to close out that first stock. Unfortunately, though, getting two-framed by the little rolling bomb. I always forget the names of Mii moves. They all have names, and I feel like I owe it to them to some degree to get the names correct. But at the same time, it's Mii Brawler in a suit and then wearing a Minecraft pig head. Do I really owe this character respect? There's the up throw. Not going to be able to get it into the up air, however. Again, I'm trying to figure out what the exact configuration is. You do have the stealth burst as an option here, though. And again, I feel like that is probably one of the more underrated options that Mii Gunner as a character has. That stealth burst is a really good surprise kill option that the character has, and frankly I'd like to see it used a little more often. I know a lot of people default to just using the knockoff Samus missiles, but the stealth burst definitely has its place. Dawn currently holding on to the lead, still alive on the stock, though at extremely high percents. We're getting a little bit of a lag spike here. I assume this is on our end, however. Again, Nintendo is very fickle about letting us watch matches sometimes. So unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to be able to catch the end of this match. No, it's no contest. Okay, wait a minute. So that does mean somebody disconnected. And it was DJ Don with the disconnect. Interesting. I don't know how our disconnect policy is. I assume Sabai at least gets the game, if not the set. I will leave that to our Prometheus, Dr. Kerb in the background. I know at minimum he gets the game. At minimum, but if the DQ happens mid-game, the game goes to the party who did DQ. Okay, so it's just a per game. All right, thank you, Dr. Kerb. All right, so Sabai getting a game via interesting circumstances. I assume DJ Don is on his way back. So just hold tight, that department. Fingers crossed we'll have him back soon. There he is, man of the hour. So, with that being said, Don is back, but again, now down a game. I am curious to see if we're going to witness another shot at the Mii Gunner. It was in the lead, but not by the most confident margins, or at least not by as confident of a margin as the Steve was doing in that first game. So we may see the Steve return here, or we may see another game attempted with the Mii Gunner. I will hop over to start GG. Actually, I don't even need to. They're going to be hopping into the arena momentarily. I can be patient. I don't need to get all my information that far in advance. We'll all see together. It'll be revealed simultaneously. I feel like a child on Christmas morning waiting to see what character DJ Don will be playing. And it's Steve! Oh my god, it's actually Alex. You want to get real technical. But it's Steve! Yippee! Hopping over to game number 3 now of our set. We are going over to Pokemon Stadium 2 once again. A pretty neutral pick on paper, but again, it was DJ Don taking a pretty commanding game 1 here. So, Sabai hopefully has started to warm up a little bit and is a bit more prepared. Looking they're in an awkward position, but so far has maintained a full percentage lead, has yet to be hit this entire game, and is kind of flooring Don at the moment. There it is, though. Don finally managing to get a little bit of damage on the board at a pretty substantial deficit, though. And again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. I think that Ivysaur and Charizard as characters, and even to some degree Squirtle, have some okay ability to contest Steve. The Squirtle, not quite as much. I mean, yeah, he has got the same, like, combo ability that he does on pretty much every other character in this game, but Ivysaur is very well equipped at breaking blocks and keeping on that pressure at a distance. And the Charizard is just, as a character, quite the X factor. A very convincing opening stock from Sabai, though diamonds are on deck now for DJ Don, so it's just something to keep in mind. You're going to have to be very careful with how you're approaching if you're in Sabai's shoes. Now, Don doesn't have any rage. This is the start of a new stock, but the forward smash doesn't really need rage to be getting those stocks to evaporate. The footstool calling out the side B, and now Don with an explosive combo to rocket himself back into the lead. My god, the stock completely evaporated, and I'm not just saying that because we're dealing with a water type. Forward air, now Sabai in disadvantage, looking to challenge it with the minecart is DJ Don, but now Don back on stage, able to reestablish neutral and actually something of an advantage state. Edge guard going extremely deep, and Don overcommitting a little bit there, not having any iron to use any mine carts, and is going to forfeit that stock and the diamonds he had on deck. Sabai able to be on the same stock and getting a couple of up airs in to receive this percent, start to return to even. Don gonna need to play extraordinarily cautious if he wants to close out this game, and the forward smash is going to be enough to do it. Sabai played phenomenally well, but it just wasn't quite enough. Don with the 2-1 victory, moving on to a top 16 qualifier. I had to correct myself there for just a moment. So, yippee to Team Ultra, and of course Sabai still has a respectable loser's run ahead of him. There is a lot of fun stuff that happened down on the loser side, and with how Sabai was playing, I wouldn't be surprised to see him make that run all the way up to top 16. I can check what his projected path is. Sabai will have to play Neon Lights, presumably, into Magic Trumpet Man, if seeding goes as anticipated. With that being said, we are going to be moving on to our next set. Dany versus Wormy Nugget as a top 16 qualifier. Of course, Dany, very talented Wolf player from, I'm forgetting where now. Currently at LCU, though. So I'm sure I'll get corrected on that, on his location. Wormy Nugget, on the other hand, primarily a Diddy Kong player, though does have a Sonic as well in the pocket, if I recall correctly. Both these players very solid. I believe they have both top 8'd their fair share of Sundown series. So seeing them clash off here as a top 16 qualifier just kind of goes to show how stacked of an event we're dealing with. There are going to be no character surprises in this department. It is going to be the Diddy Kong and the Wolf. I don't actually know if Dany has other characters. I know Wormy Nugget, as I mentioned before, does have a Sonic, if I recall correctly, that occasionally sees the light of day. Starting things off with Pokemon Stadium 2 as our stage of choice. You know, it's the classic pick. You can't really fault it. It is going to be Wormy Nugget, though, getting that first little bit of blood on the board. This matchup always strikes me as particularly interesting. I feel like Wolf's aerials are disjointed enough to be a bit of a nuisance to any Diddy Kong player. However, Diddy just as a character, very hyper-mobile, kind of awkward to hit, a little bit on the shorter side when it comes to stature. So it's a matchup between two very meta-relevant, solid characters, all things considered. Both these players starting off with a really slow, really patient game, rather than wanting to go into a massive disadvantage status. I think both of them understand that getting stuck in disadvantage against either of these characters is extremely brutal. With that being said, though, it might also just be that, actually, running it on the slow side, it is Dany at the damage deficit right now, though. Diddy Kong not exactly known for getting super early kills without, you know, a really big gimp. The smash attacks aren't exactly the strongest except for the forward smash, but you do always have to be very wary of that banana. And of course, you got to be wary of Diddy's ledge pressure in general. Right now, though, again, just a very slow, very patient neutral for both of these players. Dany not wanting to give Wormy Nugget any opportunity to get him anywhere near ledge. And now Dany, though, is able to maintain control of center stage here, and now the percents are pretty much back to even. The difference is that Dany has a few more burst kill options in his pocket as a Wolf player. You got to watch out for that back air, for any plethora of smash attacks, but it's going to be the back air that does close out the stock first. Now Dany with that stock advantage. See how much he's able to make of it. Again, you got him off stage there, and the banana snipe going to be enough to force him out of that stock. Now pretty much back to even. Again, both these players remaining exceptionally cautious, neither of them wanting to overcommit whatsoever. And again, that is to be anticipated when you're dealing with two very potent characters with very explosive advantage states. It is now Dany, however, with this lead and with some semblance of stage control. So again, that lead is beginning to diminish. Diddy, very good at these low percentages, getting a lot of quick hits to string in together to get a respectable amount of damage. You do got to watch out for just any approaching aerial, these falling nairs, falling up airs, and even falling fairs are setting up into dangerous tech situations. With that being said, though, once again, it is Wormy Nugget getting pretty dangerously close to kill percent. The patience is still immaculate, though. Again, it's very easy to be down in percent versus Wolf, and then as the hyper-mobile ChunkyKong want to rush in there, want to start throwing your bananas and your monkey flips, but it takes a lot of self-control to maintain that patience and not overcommit. The forward tilt not going to be lethal just yet. Maybe not the biggest punish that Dany could have gotten off of the banana toss. However, Dany's still in a very respectable position. You're seeing these up tilts begin to come out as well as Wormy Nugget getting ever closer to kill percent, but it is going to be Wormy Nugget able to find the down tilt into the up smash to close out that stock. Now, very similar situation to the opening stock. Neither party able to really take full advantage of the stock lead that they have had. The percents remaining just about even, though it is Dany with center stage at the moment. The thing about Diddy, though, is that center stage isn't quite as meaningful at times. Again, Diddy just has so many burst options out of corners. So of course, you got monkey flip, and then you have your suite of exceptionally safe aerials that make it not a terrible spot for Donkey Kong's favorite little buddy. Seeing a whole lot of discipline just across the board from both these players here, though it is Wormy Nugget now taking stabs at this lead. The up throw into the up airs from Dany. The forward air not going to be able to connect into the back air, but again, putting us back at even percents. This game one already is remaining neck and neck, and the timer, for those who are paying attention, is getting eerily close to that 60-second mark. Now, I don't think just looking at these percents, the game is going to go to time, but it just goes to show just how much patience, how much discipline both of these players have been playing with. Neither one of them has been making super committal options. The down throw into the laser, not going to be death just yet. The nair might, however, be enough, and it is. Dany, with 40 seconds left on the clock, able to take that game number one. Definitely a bit of a slow burn, but to be fair, again, when it comes to ChunkyKong, this character can put together some pretty explosive strings, get a lot of damage. When it comes to Wolf, this character gets some decently explosive stuff as well. Usually not much more than like 4 or 5 hits that are true. But even without that, the combos being true, being a disadvantage against Wolf is a very, very scary place. So watching these players take it on the slow side, more than fair. As we hop into game number 2, it is going to be Wormy Nuggets counter pick, and we're going to be swapping over to a stage that's a little bit more intimate, going over to small battlefield, getting the stage size just a little bit smaller while maintaining that same platform layout. This may mean that Wormy wants to play the game a little bit more fast and in Dany's face here, but it looks like Dany is prepared for that eventuality, starting off with the first advantage state of the match and holding on to a approximately 8% damage lead. We are still seeing a lot of patience from both of these players. Nobody wanting to make huge commitments at this starting point of the match, because again, with both of these characters, I say it time and time again, their advantage states are just brutal. Dany right now eating a lot of damage. Just a couple of good call-outs from Wormy Nugget have been enough to push Dany to close to the triple digits mark, now over and into triple digits on percent. Really good Z catch though on the banana toss is going to be able to give Dany control of the stage. Dany does have to find a couple more openings, and right now Wormy Nugget playing it on the slow side, not giving Dany that opportunity just yet. However, again, Dany just doing a really good job at chipping away and sort of bringing these percents back to even. Not quite far enough back, though, to avoid that monkey flip. It's looking like even with the stage being smaller, both these players still very reluctant to go in for huge committal flashy combos. Or less so that they're reluctant to go for them, but more so that they're reluctant to get those openings. And without those openings, the damage has been very nickel and dime. You know, a couple of hits here, a couple of hits there, 20%, 30% off of an interaction. We're already 2 minutes down into this game, and still not a stock has been taken. A good side B, though, from Dany is going to be able to eviscerate that first stock from Wormy Nugget. And this time around, unlike our previous game, Dany getting some solid mileage off of it, going deep for the edge guard, and that is the second stock completely gone. Wormy Nugget seeming to be a little bit flustered there, dropping the confirm on the banana. Now Dany with 3 stock to 1 lead, has a little bit more flexibility, though doesn't want to give up this first stock just yet. It's a great buffer to have, and of course the benefit of rage is extremely fruitful. It is Wormy Nugget trying to find this first stock, but still not getting that opportunity to do so, and now Dany kind of running away with this lead. No need to get too committal, but the up smash going to be enough to get it off for Wormy Nugget. Now, Wormy still does have another full stock and some change to work through if they want to bring this back to even, but we have seen ChunkyKong able to do some pretty crazy things before. So, frankly, I wouldn't put it past anybody involved to bring this game back to even. It's a very uphill battle, but it's a doable one. Dany, though, not looking to let that happen whatsoever. Already getting Wormy up to 97% on their last stock here. And the solid hitbox of the gun, pushing him into the triple digits. Now, it's just one really meaty hit away from Dany taking home the W here. Just getting a grab and resetting that ledge disadvantage. Looking for the ledge trump, but Wormy Nugget not going to give it to him. Dash attack into the forward air. We are seeing some damage begin to pile up here on Dany, but Dany still very comfortably in these mid% ranges. Doesn't really have to worry about any crazy conversions just yet. Now, though, at 90%, it's getting a little shaky, but not shaky enough to shake off the down tilt that closes out that game. Dany with a very respectable 2-0 victory over Wormy Nugget, punching his ticket to top 16 winners side. Very good stuff to both players. In the meantime, we're going to be taking a trip over to our next set. We got another fun one coming up. It's going to be Smush content creator and someone who I have had the opportunity to cast with a handful of times, Buddha, going up against Floridian Pac-Man / Link, I think. I might be making up I think there is a link there, but it's mainly Pac-Man. Cortex in the loser's side of pools. My poor managers are sitting here concerned for my vocal cords. I'm managing, I think, decently well. But, you know, you can only do so much. If I recall correctly, from what I remember, Buddha plays Cloud. So, Cloud Pac-Man. Definitely an interesting matchup, to say the least. I don't know how the Pac-Man players feel about it. I think they think it's on the even side just because of Cloud's advantage state in the matchup being pretty solid. But on the other hand, you know, Pac-Man being as creatively available as he is off stage has a pretty solid amount of stuff that he can do to Cloud. So we'll see how things go. We jump into the first game of this Pools loser side set. I don't know how many more sets we have that we're going to be doing in Pools before we head into top 16. I'll let you know. It's at the discretion of our friendly neighborhood advisors, aka the people who run this, like Dr. Curb. Hopping into game number 1 of our set between these two competitors. We're going to be starting off on Pokemon Stadium 2. Who could have guessed? It's nice to see the return to form. There was definitely a little bit of time there where we were seeing PS2 sort of stepping aside and leaving way for Small Battlefield to be a lot of people's default. So we're sort of shifting back into the generic comfort pick of PS2 to open up our sets. And, you know, it feels like nature's healing to a degree. Right now, though, definitely a lot faster pace of a match than you would expect to see when a Pac-Man is on screen. But that's the reality of the matter. Cloud kind of forces a faster game plan for both Pac-Man and for his interest and for his own interest. The less time you have to be dealing with a zoner, the better. And of course, in Pac-Man's case, the less time you have to be worrying about getting in, the better as well. Though it is going to be Cortex dropping that first stock to Buddha. Excuse me, I'm like blanking. Maybe the solo comms is getting to me. Who knows? Regardless, again, it just kind of goes to show what I was talking about before. Pac-Man, a very solid character, but this matchup is definitely one that they're not the most fond of. Pac-Man doesn't really have the tools to outrange Cloud in a lot of these neutral interactions, so it makes neutral kinda rough. You can't completely dedicate your entire game plan to projectiles. It's just not the most feasible thing to do against Cloud. A really bold call out there from Buddha, but unfortunately Pac-Man cheats with his recovery and is just unspikeable, which is so much fun if you are playing against Pac-Man. Pac-Man, though, probably kind of needs it. Especially in this matchup. Again, it just, character is not remotely equipped with ways to challenge the neutral of Cloud. Except for with projectiles. But when it comes to specifically when it comes to boxing, I think that's the best way to put it. When it comes to boxing, Cloud has that pretty down pat. Now, we're seeing Cortex trying to slow it down a little bit here against Buddha, maybe trying to chip his way back into getting Buddha closer to kill percent. But Buddha, with a very substantial lead, doesn't really feel the pressure to approach that much. It's sort of on Cortex's hands to try to get in. And that is a task a lot easier said than done. The big back air coming out from Buddha, now putting him in the lead, more confidently in the lead, getting him that stock positive. As Cortex is still in the position where he has to approach a position that you really don't want to be in against a character with a sword who outranges you in pretty much every category. Buddha with a limit blade slash, going to be able to tack on another solid chunk of damage here against Cortex stuck at ledge. A very frightening position indeed. Just again, the Buster Sword covering so much, so effectively. Dash attack not going to be lethal just yet. Pac-Man isn't exactly the heaviest character in the roster, but he sure as hell isn't the lightest either. The stock count is even, but the percentage count is telling a very different story. While it is certainly still in the favor of Buddha, nothing is impossible against Cloud. Notoriously susceptible to getting gimped on recoveries. That up B is not the most generous when it comes to distance coverage. Cortex looking to push himself back into a more competitive position. The down air forcing Buddha off stage, and now Buddha, unfortunately, having to burn the limit to go high. Is able to reclaim stage control, though, at least for a moment. But we're looking at a game that's a lot more even than you would have thought just a couple of moments prior. Back air not going to kill just yet. Cortex still able to hold on, but it is going to be that back air closing it out. Buddha taking a very narrow win in game number 1. Yeah. All right. Again, a real nail-biter of a game to open it up. It is going to be going over to Cortex for counter pick, however, so we'll see where things go. It looks like we're just running it straight back to Pokemon Stadium 2, which isn't the most unreasonable decision. I don't know exactly what the bans were, but what I do know is this stage tends to be pretty beneficial to all parties, so on that front, it's definitely a little more reasonable on the counter pick. Already starting off, though, Cortex looking a lot better, getting this early lead and establishing that percent advantage, which is a great position. Whenever Cloud has to approach, you're probably in a pretty good spot, especially as Pac-Man, a character that kind of thrives off of punishing approaches. Zoners tend to do that in general, but Pac-Man especially in a matchup like this where your boxing options are a lot better in a reactionary than proactive context, is definitely going to be beneficial. Buddha already dropping the stock too, again just getting knocked too far out, and that's what I was talking about before. While the boxing options may not be the greatest for Pac-Man in this matchup, the advantage state is extremely explosive, and those projectiles can do a very healthy number on you, on a Cloud player off stage. Cloud, known for many great things, but his recovery most certainly is not one of them. Good tech and trying to get the forward smash, but getting a little bit too overzealous there. Buddha, unfortunately, going to be, Buddha gonna be dropping. Am I crazy? No. Buddha gonna be able to get the stock. I am losing my mind here. Just slowly but surely listening to myself talk nothing but Smash Bros. Really, truly a fate worse than death. Percents are looking a lot more even. You see Buddha stuck on ledge here, but able to get the reversal with the grab, and a huge down air call out on the high recovery. Puts Buddha back into the lead, or I think into the lead for the first time this set now. Buddha burning the limit cross slash is off stage and gonna get hit by the fire hydrant. Getting clipped by the down smash as well is gonna push him far enough off stage to forfeit the stock. Now, even stocks, though with uneven games, Buddha wanting to be able to close this out in a 2-0 sweep, and Cortex needing this win to pull together a Game 3 and an opportunity to stay in this bracket. We'll see who's able to pull together their wits first. Fire Hydrant, though, not quite cooperating with Cortex's plans, leaving Cortex still pretty handedly in disadvantage. 50% deficit. This is something that is able to be overturned, but it's a lot easier said than done. Maybe it is a lot easier done than said. Cortex bringing these percents back to even now. Both these characters getting extremely close to kill percent. Limit is online, and the limit cross slash from Buddha is going to be enough to take that stock and take the set. A solid 2-0 victory for the homie Buddha. Moving on in the loser side of bracket is getting to compete for an opportunity at top 16 against Neon Lights. I think we're going to be getting one more set on stream of pools before we head into top 16. We're going to be getting another representative of good old Team Ultra on stream, which is correction. We're going to be getting potentially 2 more sets on stream. I'm not exactly sure how we're doing this, but we're definitely getting one more, and it's looking like we're going to have a little bit of an Team Ultra power hour as we hop into things. It's going to be Niwo versus Spark. Pools are a tab behind. Okay, so we are getting 2 more sets. Okay. So, for those of you who are new around these parts, Niwo is Team Corrin's premier Corrin, or did I say Team Corrin's? Team Ultra's premier Corrin player. Okay, you can tell I'm losing it here. You know what? We'll have some discussions with 11. I will have the team professionally renamed so I can sound marginally less stupid and make everyone else sound marginally more stupid. Because who the hell would want to be on Team Corrin? Team Ultra is a way better name. Anywho, Niwo, as I mentioned, Team Ultra's premier Corrin. This time getting it correct. Spark, on the other hand, very respectable Terry player. Had to think for a moment. Again, my synapses are completely fried. But it's cool. We're going to be jumping into things. Opening up with Towton City. I feel like, again, this is probably the least common opening stage when it comes to, like, the options to open up a match. Like, just of the stage list, this definitely feels like the one that you don't see as an opener. People are usually quite clean to open up on PS2, maybe Small Battlefield, or like once in a blue moon Battlefield. But you never really see Towton City. I'm getting some information from professional Ohio resident Dr. Curve in the background. Spark is a Terry player from Ohio who's been popping off in Columbus, who got top 8 at a Arcadia. So there you go. And so far is doing a solid job getting that first stock off of Niwo as well. A very respectable advantage they've put together here. Niwo at the deficit, sort of at the whim of the good old-fashioned Terry Bogard shenanigans. Terry is certainly a frightening character, to say the least. The combo game is very potent, and the damage output, of course, is omnipresent. A really good pin call out though from Ewo. Not going to be able to take the stock just yet, but forcing Sparks well into kill percent. Sparks though now Spark now having go, able to get another stock off of Nuo. Nuo still has yet to get that first stock to disappear. Finally able to get it with a pin call out, but now still down 2 stocks to 1. I've seen Nuo make some pretty impressive comebacks before. Corrin, a very potent character in advantage state, so anything is possible. For a split second there, I had the vaguest of fears that conversion, the down throw into the up air Tatsu, tornado, spiral, kick, whatever it's called, was gonna kill, and then I remembered we're on Town and City, and this is not a thing that happens on this stage. Nuo looking to close out this stock, but at a really substantial percentage deficit. Not going to die just yet to the power dunk, but has to be extremely cautious. Not going to get punished for the regrabs either. And is going to punish the overcommittal burning knuckle. Go meter is online once again. Jab not going to convert into anything, but the down tilt into the power geyser is going to be enough for Spark to take game number 1. Very, very solid stuff to open up this set. Again, it felt like Ewo was getting a bit more of a handle on things, but that's the thing with Terry. If you're not completely ready for that degree of aggression, it's going to pile up on you so quickly. That's just a trademark of the character. He will, like, breathe on you for 3 seconds and you're already at 80. That combo game goes pretty crazy. Running it to game number 2, running it right back to Town and City as well. Nuo saying that the stage pick doesn't concern him. Already starting off better though, getting that first bit of damage on board and starting off with these Corrin juggles that, again, Corrin just so effective at pulling together. Spark though, able to get some damage of his own, so it's not going to be a total wipeout by any means. Now we're just looking at a much more explosive and active back and forth. Nuo stuck on ledge here, playing it slow though and just waiting for Spark to get impatient and challenges. Spark does have Go meter online, so Nuo gonna have to be careful, especially on Town and City. That Buster Wolf is gonna kill unfathomably early off of the sides. Actually, I think if he gets it at ledge at this point, that would just be death. A bit of an interesting forward smash there from Nuo. Not going to get punished for it, though. Giving Spark the opportunity to get the Gimp, though, unfortunately saving Nuo, giving the Corrin aficionado another shot at life. Something that you really don't want to give anybody, especially a player like Nuo, if you don't have him. Nuo looking for this grab. Spark staying alive still, 156% on the board. Both these players, honestly, at this point, fishing for kills, because with this stage and with this type of rage, it is very, very possible. The up throw, not quite going to kill. We are on Town and City, so Spark going to be able to stay alive. The conversion into the rising tackle, excuse me, I finally was able to remember the name. Not going to kill either. But Nuo, it is going to be Nuo able to scrape together that first stock. See what he's able to make of it. The Burning Knuckle not quite going to kill without rage. Nuo going to be just hanging tight on ledge. Really good ledge hang, but it's not good enough to get him off of ledge. Only 10% on the board before that stock dissipates. Now, looking at pretty much even percents about 2.5 minutes into this next game. Really good SDI there to fall out of the power dunk, and here come those big juggles from Corrin. That's where the damage really starts to rack up. Trying to land against Corrin is a task a lot easier said than done. A huge pin into the pin kick, whatever it's called. Not going to be lethal just yet, but is going to put Spark very handedly in that danger range. Our guys are going to get Duo into the red onto the percentage front. A little bit of an overcommittal burning knuckle is going to cost Spark the stock. Now Spark, no rage, no go meter, just kind of has to work a little bit harder to get this stock off of Duo. Duo, on the other hand, having a lot of time and a lot of opportunities here to get some big openings. And again, we know how quickly damage can rack up when you're getting juggled by Corin. 3 nairs in a row. Duo still holding on to this stock, not going to die just yet. The pressure, though, in the corner, finally going to drop that stock for Duo. Only 36%. I'm sitting here just talking like Duo has been in this advantage, or in the advantage for so long, but really it wasn't too terrible of a situation. The platforms, though, seemingly betraying Spark here. Is Duo too low? No, the tech gonna be enough to get Duo back to stage, and Spark gonna be dropping just a little too low, ultimately costing him game number 2. Watch my pronouns. My bad. Can I get a pronouns up? Is it on Start GG? Spark is they, them? Okay, my bad. Thank you for the heads up. I don't have any overlay on here. It's on the scoreboard and on Start GG? Okay. I don't have the scoreboard the way 11 screen shares it. I just get the game. So, that's my bad. My apologies, Spark. Not trying to misgender people. I swear. Anywho, jumping into game number 3. Again, we're just going to be rolling it out here on Town and City, just as the stage of choice. Curious to see what led to this decision process, but I guess it is a pretty solid stage for both of these characters. Spark at a very, very mild damage deficit at the moment, but is off stage, which is a very dangerous place to be against a player like Duo. Go meter, however, is online, so Duo, again, going to have to be very cautious about how he's playing around this ledge. Seen Spark get some pretty solid conversions before. I wouldn't put it past them being able to get up again. Big back air, and unfortunately getting these input in the wrong direction, sending Spark to their demise with that crack shoot off into the blast zone. Now Duo with a very healthy lead, just starting to run away with it. Really excellent SDI once again on the... Oh my god. Another stock already disappearing. This is looking pretty rough if you're a Spark fan back at home. Again, Spark did really great in those first and second games, but now it's sort of slipping through their fingers. The unfortunate SD, of course, doesn't help. It is really brutal for momentum. Duo taking full advantage of it. Spark finally able to get a grab, get Duo closer to the ledge, but Duo able to get the reversal and reclaim stage control pretty handedly. Now Spark on their last stock, sitting here at around 75%. Duo looking for a big upbeat once again. Again, I like the enthusiasm. But Spark still holding on to their stock, to their life. Duo looking just for a raw forward smash here. Again, I love the enthusiasm. Not gonna die for it either, too. The power dunk just not enough from that point in the stage. Duo finally gonna drop that first stock to the rising tackle. Spark, though, has their work cut out for them if they want to make it back into this. Go meter is online. That is the big comeback maker. There's no limits to be worried about, but there is a big old forward smash that you got to be very worried about if you're in Spark's shoes. It's going to be Duo closing out that set with a pretty commanding 2-1 to make his way into, I think that was it for loser side top 16. Yes, it is. And we are going to indeed have one more set for you folks at home before we hop into top 16 winners set. Actually, I don't know. Are we gonna do the one more set, or are we gonna? I think so. Yeah, pools are still like a little behind, so I think we're doing one more. Potentially. Screen to see if I can show you. Yeah, that'd be great. Helps out a lot with the pronouns. Otherwise, just kind of end up having to guess. Alright, so while we're getting that fixed up so I can be a little bit more respectful of her competitors. Again, my apologies, Spark. We're holding tight to potentially get another match on deck. I believe we have Sky versus... who is it? Sky versus insert name. Gotta love those meta tags, man. Insert name, unavailable, stuff like that. Always a fun time. It's gonna be, I think, Game & Watch versus Falco, if I recall correctly. Sky, yeah, Game & Watch ran through winner's side of bracket, got an upset on Cappy before getting knocked down to loser's side by Wrath. Insert name, on the other hand, lost game 3 to Niwo. Before tearing through loser's side, taking wins on Ryuzaki and V. Vasilius before getting to this point. Now, both these players competing for a spot in top 16 loser's side. See which one of these lovely competitors is going to be able to make it through. And there we go. I can see everything. Yippee. Sky is ranked in a sub-region of Colorado. Insert name is Falco Pack from Tri-State. Got it. Cool. So there's our little behind-the-scenes lore dump on who our players are. Colorado versus New York. Cross-country gambit, so hopefully the connection's decent. Fingers crossed in that department. Again, you know how Nintendo can be. My headphones extend out any further? By any chance? Or is my head just that big? My head is just that big. Alright. Sick. So, for those of you watching at home, just in case, as we're getting ready to hop into the next set, our top 16 winner's side has been set. Winner's side, it's going to be Wrath versus Osh9, Sergeant Hamilton versus Esam, ChunkyKong versus Cobalt, and Dany versus DJ Don. So again, a very stacked top 16 winner's side. Loser's side, so far we got an ultra team kill, which is going to be really rough. It's Anaconda versus Niwo. Which again, I am going to fully blame. Can I see it? Yeah, I can see everything, 11. Appreciate you. Additionally, making it through loser side is Flips, who plays Richter. That's right. And then we got the rest of pools still working on catching up. We're going to be watching this set to see one of those spots as they get through. And on the other side of things. In the meantime, though, I am going to scream at Scott, because, yeah, Scott seeded the bracket to have Osh play into Anaconda. I mean, way to go, man. This one was a little less preventable. This one was a little less certain. Maybe it wouldn't have happened, though, if somebody seeded the bracket properly, and then they would have been different bracket paths, but whatever. Oh, okay, you know what? Never mind then. You know what? That's fair. If they wanted to play each other, that's cool. Who am I to tell our people on our team what to do? Alright. Anyway, enough of me harassing Dr. Curve. We got a set ahead of us. Insert name, rocking the Pac-Man this time around. Pac/Falco, and Pac is the character of choice here, which, fair enough. Starting things off on Battlefield is the stage of choice. Again, you know, for somebody who talks decently regularly with a Pac-Man name, I should know better whether this is a good stage for Pac-Man. I assume it is. Pac-Man doesn't strike me as a character with that many bad stages, or bad stages at all, for that matter. Definitely a good one for Game & Watch, though. Those up air ladders can be pretty devastating. Already, so far, though, we're seeing one of the biggest problems with this matchup for Pac-Man is that the bucket is very good at calling out a lot of these fruits. At least a vast majority of them can be pretty consistently reflected. So it's a kind of awkward thing to deal with if you're in insert name shoes, and a blessing if you are in Sky shoes. Because, my god, are the fruits annoying to deal with if you don't have a consistent reflector. Down, okay, alright, Sky, I see you. Down smash into the jab, into the F smash. Pulling together that first stock with a pretty respectable lead. Sky, only at 55%. Now, Game & Watch is extraordinarily light. Very, very susceptible to dying at low percents. However, not at 55, which gives Sky plenty of time to do the other thing that Game & Watch is best at, which is getting a whole heap and helping of damage. Love the pronouns on Sky too, King/Lord. Goes pretty hard if you ask me. Gotta love that self-confidence. Right now though, Sky running away with it, kind of emphasizing the value of those pronouns. Insert name, definitely going to need to find an opening sooner rather than later, but Pac-Man, not a character that's all that consistent at getting these burst kills. Definitely can be a struggle. To be fair, it's a struggle that Game & Watch has as well, but Game & Watch has a lot of really safe pressure options as well. So, and in general, it's pretty easy for Game & Watch to box in this matchup, just having those really big hitboxes. Finally, though, Sky going to be dropping that stock to the down smash at ledge. Good reflect as well on the Galaga. Guy doing just a really phenomenal job at making sure that insert name has no opportunities to get any value off of any of these bonus fruits. I don't think a single, like, substantial bonus fruit is hit. Maybe, like, a strawberry or an orange at some point. But for the most part, they just have not been working out for insert name, which is really frustrating. If you're a Pac-Man player. Like, a Pac-Man not being able to hit bonus fruits is sort of like a fish not being able to swim. It's just not a great feeling. It's like one of the more pivotal parts to your combo game, to your long-range pressure, etc. So not being able to work with it is not great. Sky is still just holding up to such a commanding advantage state at the moment. And still with a full stock lead, it's looking like it may well be over for this game one unless insert name can start getting some really crazy conversions really soon. So that's the other thing about this matchup, is that its Game & Watch is a lot less susceptible to these conversions, and the reflected hydrant, just the slow and ominous bounce over is going to be what it takes. So now, again, the question of the hour is which one of these two players, or which character is it going to be for insert name as we go into this. The Pac-Man kind of got a little bit handled. We'll see if maybe the swap over to the Falco, see if that does a little bit better in the matchup, or if we stick it out with the Pac just on a new counter pick. In the meantime, I'm going to get myself a little bit of water because I have been yapping through like 8 straight sets. I am being screamed at in the background by Dr. Curb, who is informing me that Falco Game & Watch is not a good matchup. To which I respond, is it that much? I mean, I imagine it's a bad matchup, but is it that much worse than Pac-Man Game & Watch? Okay, I'm being informed that it is. Okay, you know what? I'm going to listen to the guy who's PR in Ohio as opposed to listening to my own rambling. So, probably sticking with the Pac-Man. In that case, did I close the pool? I did close the pool. That's fun. Let me go back over to the correct pool so I can pull up the set. There we go. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some water. And water has been gotten. There is indeed a character swap coming out, though it's not Falco, it's Pokemon Trainer as the character of choice, which I think that's fair. This matchup actually sounds a lot more tolerable. Of course, you got Ivysaur for a lot of that neutral. Squirtle is pretty able to be a nuisance, and of course Charizard just to get those really big hits in towards the end. Charizard back air probably kills him like 40. Small Battlefield is our stage of choice, and we hop into game number 2. We'll see if the lack of that third platform is beneficial. I assume it'll be beneficial, at least if you're in insert name shoes. It's one less place for Game & Watch to retreat to with those upbees out of shield. Right now, though, Sky not seeming to care all that much with a very explosive opening, not quite able to close out the stock just yet, but it looks like insert name went just the teeniest bit too low. Maybe a little bit of that Pac-Man energy still in their vein. You go a little bit too low, you get real comfortable with the idea of just being able to recover from wherever, and then you swap characters. And it's bound to happen occasionally. Swapping immediately over to the Ivysaur, not even going to try to bother with the Squirtle as we hop into the second stock, though. And so far, it's looking like it's paying off decently well. Not able to get an up air off, but the damage is starting to rack up in Insert's name's favor. It's still pretty handedly Sky's lead at the moment, but that damage is starting to show up, which is of utmost importance. A big attempt for a Nair into the Flare Blitz, and the second Flare Blitz going to be enough to close out that stock, but at 106%, it's not exactly the most favorable position for insert name in this second game. Starting off with the back airs, getting the last dregs of a Nair. The one thing that insert name does have going for him at the moment is the ever important factor of rage, which of course is going to be huge, especially given how light Game & Watch is. But we'll see how much he's able to use it. He hasn't really been able to get any crazy hits. He's just sort of been having to play it slow and wait in the corner, getting the occasional conversion off of like a late hit Nair. Down air not going to be lethal just yet from Sky, giving another shot at life to insert name, which frankly is great, but the forward tilt not going to be quite as lenient, meaning insert name now down to potentially their tournament stock here, unless they can start getting some solid conversions together. Now, the Ivysaur in general has been seeming to work decently well in the matchup, just having such a generous Nair and having a fair share of other poking tools that are really helpful to the matchup has been great. The Sky still being able to find all of these conversions, able to get these juggles, made it quite the struggle. The Charizard is out, which makes insert name quite the big target. But again, it does also mean that Sky is very susceptible to these like crazy haymaker hits, like these flare blitzes, like the potential back airs if insert name is able to pull them together. Now though, insert name sitting at 157% the forward tilt, not going to be able to kill from center stage. But again, it just kind of goes to show how strong Charizard is. Not strong enough to win the game, but strong enough to send a decent message and force Sky to play a little bit slower. That is going to be it for our pools phase of things. So we will be moving on to top 16 very shortly. I got to check something real quick though, so I will be right back with you guys momentarily. All right, I'm back, folks. My roommate's coming in clutch, getting me food that they prepared. So let's go. They're goated. I'm putting my stuff away, though. I did not grab a fork. Hold on. 1 second. One more second, folks. Alright. Howdy, gamers. I've returned from beyond the grave. Woo. And my roommate's coming in clutch, hooking me up with food. This is why it pays to be a nice person to people. They hook you up with free food sometimes, which is great. And yes, 11, I can still see your screen share. Anywho, sorry for the delay on my part. I hope I didn't hold things up too much. But it's top 16 time, and what better way to start off than with Wrath versus Osh9? It's gonna be a fun one. Opening things up with on Pokemon Stadium 2. This matchup, honestly, this is definitely one of the faster matchups that you would see from Wrath in general. Well, Sonic kind of needs to play speedy here, given the mobility that Mii Brawler as a character has. So definitely going to be a little more faster paced. The Wrath starting off with the damage lead and getting that back throw really early on to put Osh9 on the ledge. It's definitely a quick 0 to 80. But again, this is Mii Brawler. We are on PS2. And of course, Osh9 is very acquainted with getting those Thrumper conversions. So, Wrath certainly not in the clear. Percentages are beginning to even out a little bit more. And again, for those who aren't as familiar with playing against Sonic, this character can struggle a little bit to kill. Not a ton. His offstage is incredible. His ledge guards are phenomenal. But in these neutral situations, it's not always easy to find something that converts into a stock. Which means Osh is going to have a pretty healthy amount of time here with Rage to try and get a Thrumper conversion of some sort. So the back air immediately shutting me up and moving Osh on to stock number 2. And right now, again, we're just sort of seeing what Wrath does best. You know, Sonic up in percent, doesn't necessarily need to approach, but whenever he does, definitely it's like you know he's approaching because he knows he's gonna get a hit. And that's sort of what the Sonic matchup boils down to. It turns into this very cautious, very slow gameplay, though not cautious enough, getting caught by the shot put off stage. And that's another thing that you have to remember now is now you're dealing with a Mii Brawler with shot put. You can't just linger off stage that much. Yeah, Mii Brawler himself might not be able to go back out there that far to, like, kick your ass, but that shot put most certainly will. We're already seeing that in a very short amount of time, Osh9's been able to sort of sink back into a comfortable position here. Still at a pretty respectable deficit, and is ultimately going to drop that stock, but it does feel like he's getting a little bit more of a sense of footing on the stage here. Perhaps, though, I'm talking too soon, as Raph turning up the tempo a little bit, already starting off with a more aggressive approach to this stock, which may be beneficial to Osh9 if he can start calling out these approaches, but it's a lot easier said than done. Osh looking for these up airs, able to find the down throw, not going to look for the thrupper though. Again, just good awareness to know that's not true at that percent. But Sonic makes it very difficult. Big up smash though. Osh9 only down 67%. As I say it though, Raph getting the landing up air into the forward air. Just does such a good job at converting and keeping that pressure mounted. The forward smash going to be enough to close it out. Raph taking home game number 1. Also, I appreciate your kind words, champ. I know I'm a little bit behind on reading chat, but I appreciate you. Hopping into game number 2. It is Osh's counter pick this time around, so we'll see if we're going to see any new scenery. The answer, however, is no. And again, that makes sense. PS2 is a really strong stage for Mii Brawler across the board. Now, I am a little surprised, admittedly. Part of me assumes that you would want to go maybe a little smaller, maybe small battlefield or something like that, to give Sonic a little less room to run away. But at the same time, given that Mii Brawler has some really solid mobility of his own, having that little bit of extra space to try to maneuver away from Sonic may be to your benefit. Starting off with a lot closer of a game this time around, though it is Raph able to get a falling up air, push himself into that percentage lead. Osh9 just trying to find any sort of openings, trying to catch Raph lacking around the platforms. Again, Raph ranked 4th in the North American Wi-Fi Warrior rankings V8 for a very good reason. This is not a player to be trifled with online, and frankly not one to be trifled with offline either. I believe ranked 34th on the global limit rank. Like, you are playing against somebody who is undisputedly quite the force of nature. With that being said, however, it is Osh9 able to get that percentage lead and actually finding the first stock with a huge back air. Now we'll see what he's able to do with things here, but again, even at this percent, it's a mix of, you have to be a mix of concerned and also excited, because again, first of all, Sonic is light. Secondly, Mii Brawler has rage. And that's a very, very bombastic combination. Big suplex coming out from Osh9. Overcommittal on the up smash, then the down throw, the thrupper. That's going to be the stock. What did he get grabbed at again? I missed that. He was under 30, though, and died for it. Now we're definitely going to be seeing a more aggressive phase of Raph. Going to be putting the punchiness into Raph that you expect to see from that name. Raph finally able to get that stock off, and with it, the threat of rage, at least for now, is no more. But Osh9 with the full stock lead is definitely going to be quite the dangerous foe. We're seeing, though, Wrath able to get some really big damage here. A quick 60 to start off this second stock, and still yet to be touched on his last. As I say it, though, Osh9's starting to get a little bit of damage as well. And honestly, taking a little bit of a page out of Wrath's playbook, just playing it really patient here. There's a lot of time on the clock, and there's not a ton of pressure for Osh to approach. Against Sonic, one of the best characters at calling out approaches in this game, given the properties of both Spin Dash and Spin Charge. So, playing it on the patient side, definitely to Osh's benefit, but you have to remember, that's also Wrath's game. Like, that's Wrath's thing. He's really one of the most patient, arguably one of the most campy, as some have said, players in this game. Me personally, I think he's I just find Sonic enjoyable to watch because I may have some other degrees of mental deterioration that need to be studied. But Wrath, definitely one of the most patient players in this game. Now, back on even stocks, Wrath still at a 70% deficit, but we've seen before that Wrath is able to rack up a quick 60 like it's pretty much nothing. Additionally, it is worth noting nothing else because Osh9 closed out the stock. Before I was able to say anything, that's Osh bringing the score to even. Now again, the question stands, what do we see in counterpicks here? Are we going to continue our streak of PS2, or are we going to see a swap over to somewhere else? Wrath immediately hopping out of the arena to presumably pick a new stage. I assume we're going to be going somewhere new. And the answer is we are indeed. We're actually going over to Final Destination as our counterpick of choice. Well, this does mean that there's not going to be any crazy down throw thruppers off of platforms here that kill at 30%. Down throw thrupper is still a very real threat, even on a stage like Final Destination. It's just a question of knowing that percent window. And if anybody here does, it would be a player like Osh9. Wrath, though, off to a very strong start here. A quick 91% on the board and counting. Osh has not been able to get any crazy combos here. Not getting any big punishes, though, off of the mixed tech, which definitely feels like a missed opportunity, and one of very few that you can really afford to have against a player like Wrath. Right now, though, the percents are getting a little more even, though, as I say it, Osh9 getting caught running in with that F smash is going to end up losing that first stock. Now, Sonic is, of course, close to kill percent, but again, we're not exactly on a stage that's the most conducive for down throw into thrupper. We're not in down throw thrupper percents, absolutely not at this percent. And additionally, Sonic is not the most conducive to getting a falling up air thrupper conversion either. So, with that all being said, it's going to be quite the struggle as Osh9 tries to get this first stock off, and Wrath just racks on hit after hit after hit. They are not going to be able to get any big tech reads, though. And Osh9 close to losing the second stock. Wrath potentially about to go up 3 stocks to 1. Now, again, both these characters have rage. Both of them are in prime circumstances to kill. The forward throw, not going to be lethal, but a really good catch with the shot put coming out from Osh9, making sure that he's staying within at least a 1 stock distance of Wrath. And now, again, Osh9 with Rage. See what he's able to do with it before this stock evaporates. Again, you can only stay alive for so long, and once you get into that 150, 160 range, this is when Sonic F-tilt starts killing. This is when Sonic can start getting really big edge guards. Apparently, homing attack will just kill there. I'm not exactly sure what was going on with the DI, but point still stands. Wrath with a very, very comfortable lead. Good up air, and again, it is now Osh9's opportunity to try to hold on to this stage control. We're seeing some small conversions, but we're not seeing any big commitments to combos, which again is a necessity against a character like Sonic, whose ability to get out of juggle situations is really definitely like a top 5 character at getting out of these sort of crazy juggle situations. Now, huge call out with the spring into the up air. Wrath going up with a confident 2-1 score. It is Osh9's counter pick. And I do have to wonder, are we going to be seeing PS2 again, or are we going to be seeing a stage that's even more potentially polarizing? We are indeed not going to go back over to Final Destination. I'm not exactly sure where we're going, though. The answer is Pokemon Stadium 2 once again. Which, all things considered, again, fair enough. This was where Osh got his win before. We'll see what he's able to do with it this time around. Down throw into the forward air. Already starting off stronger. Good nair to interrupt the spin charge of the spin dash, as well as some of these homing attacks. And we're definitely seeing a game that's opening up a lot more evenly, albeit you're still dealing with Sonic the Hedgehog, so anything can happen. With that being said, percents definitely tend to stay a lot more even around on stage with platforms. It gives Osh a lot more landing options. It also gives Sonic and Wrath more landing options as well. But with that being said, Sonic's disadvantage is already strong enough as is without platforms. The margin of improvement is not nearly as strong as the margin of improvement for disadvantage state for a character like me, Brawler, who, aside from maybe the flip kick, doesn't necessarily have as many tools to get out of these juggle situations. Osh9 sitting at about 156%. That is going to be enough, or excuse me, 146. But regardless, it's going to be enough for that forward tilt to be lethal. Getting bounced off of the spring and into the back air too. Again, it just goes to show the degree of awareness from Rad when it comes to this matchup. Osh9 still sub 50, at least for now. We'll see if he's able to stay there, but Wrath, under absolutely no pressure to approach, is going to opt not to do so. One of Sonic's theoretical strengths is his ability to indefinitely outspeed you. Now again, with the margin of speed between Sonic and me, Brawler, is a lot lower, or it's a lot thinner of a margin than it would say between Sonic and Incineroar, just to be extreme. But you still do have that movement advantage, and in theory make yourself completely impossible to catch. Now, with that being said, however, that's only on paper. As we can see, Osh9 able to get hits and able to get stocks off the board. The nair into the back air, though, ensures that Wrath maintains a full stock lead and is able to continue holding on to the dominance that we saw in game number 2. Big up B, able to interrupt a little bit of Wrath's flow. However, Wrath still holding on to a pretty solid percentage lead here, and it's looking rather brutal for Team Ultra's winner's side representative. He is the top seed of the bracket for a reason. Right now is showing that with full colors. He goes out here for the edge guard. The spring not going to hit. And Osh still alive at the moment. The Wrath kind of just running circles around him, which, again, frankly, if you couldn't run circles around your opponent, I don't think Sonic would have been a character that was designed correctly. Now to looking to try to get a grab on the platform, but he's going to whip the grab, and the up smash out of shield is going to be enough to put Wrath into top 8 winner's side with a solid 3-1 win. Really good stuff to both parties. Osh9, of course, still not out. This was winner's side of bracket, and as such means that this isn't the end of anybody's run here. Osh9 is going to be heading down to loser's side of bracket, where he will be fighting Halo for a spot at top 8. Just to keep you all updated on what's happening in loser side, Magic Trumpet Man took a 3-0 victory over Flips, and Halo took a 3-0 victory over Neon Lights, which, again, just to highlight, Magic Trumpet Man is playing Little Mac and 3-0'd a Richter player, which that matchup does not sound fun. But you know what? He made it happen. A party round of applause for doing so. Additionally, the Ultra Team Kill has just finished. It was Neo taking a Game 5 victory over Anaconda. And Hyushi-sama versus Sky is ongoing. In winner's side off stream, Esam took a 3-0 victory over Sergeant Hamilton. And Dany versus DJ Dawn is currently 1-1. In the meantime, though, we got to watch the first seed of our bracket play. Let's take a peek at what our second seed is up to with one of my favorite players in current competitive Smash Ultimate, ChunkyKong, facing off against Cobalt. So we're going to be getting a little bit more Sonic action, but of course, that's to be counteracted with a healthy amount of monkey business. ChunkyKong, for anybody who lived under a rock, the best solo DK main in the world, one of the best DK mains in the world, and I think the best DK main in North America. Player who has garnered a lot of respect in the community, netted some really, really solid wins, and has been at the forefront of the Donkey Kong meta for a long time. On the other hand, side of things, we got Cobalt, a dedicated grinder as well, somebody who is a force to be reckoned with, and somebody who's playing a character just a little bit higher on the tier list. If you thought that we had enough Sonic in top 16 because of Wrath, Cobalt wants to make sure that you are completely stuffed in that department. Jumping into game number 1 between these two players, we're going to be starting things up on Small Battlefield as our stage of choice. Now again, on paper, this matchup sounds horrendous for DK, but again, ChunkyKong, definitely a player that is able to commit war crimes with this character. He has made this character seem genuinely viable, which is quite the feat. Again, DK is someone who a lot of people said just could not make it in this meta. Right now, Cobalt off to a really strong start here, but again, the reality of it is, you're playing against Donkey Kong, you're going to get these hits, especially these early percents, you're going to get these strings, but all it takes is one opening or two from a player like ChunkyKong, and all of a sudden, that massive lead that you spent all that time accruing can just up and disappear. You also have to remember, Giant Punch is on deck, and Sonic is not the heaviest character in this game, so that means that like maybe one more hit, a well-placed Giant Punch could be lethal. That being said, ChunkyKong opting to slow it down here. Good hand slap to get a little bit more damage on board. Chunky at 150%. Going to be able to clank with the spring off the ledge. Not going to be able to find the Giant Punch. The spin charge into the forward air. Going to be enough to take out that stock. See the giant punch get charged up once again. Chunky, on paper, not in the greatest position, but to count out a heavy in this game is simply irresponsible. Also, again, Sonic may have the matchup advantage here. It may be a very, very, very good matchup here for Sonic, but it can sometimes still be a chore for Sonic to find that killing blow. Excellent mash coming out from Cobalt. That may well have been death if he didn't mash out of it. Which is another factor that you gotta remember. Ding Dong is a very real thing in this game, and you do have to worry about, especially around these like lower to mid 60s. Or just a raw giant punch, because why the hell not? ChunkyKong bringing this game back to pretty much even, despite the immense deficit. Again, that's what it goes to show. Don't count heavies out, ever. It's not a good use of your energy. Double dash attack. Chunky still at a pretty solid disadvantage at the moment, Cobalt. Going to show that there is a reason the tier list is structured as it is, but still not quite in the position to get that kill just yet. Chunky still holding on to his jump, is able to make it back to ledge. Good roll as well, not going to get called out on that, which means that he's got a little bit more time to be hanging around and then staying alive. Forward air, not going to kill just yet either. Again, Cobalt being at these lower percents does not have any range, which is just another factor that makes these final hits just so hard to locate. There's another giant punch coming out from ChunkyKong, bringing the percents a bit more to even. Not lethal from that position, but the up B is absolutely going to be. And now ChunkyKong at 192%, fully maxed out range, giant punch online. The giant punch is off the ledge. And for those who aren't aware, that move is safe, just on top of everything. It's like -5, I want to say. All of a sudden, what was looking like a very Cobalt-centric game is looking a lot more monkey-favored. Again, Chunky choosing to take it slow, which is definitely your best course of action here as the top banana. You don't have to approach, don't approach. Just ding dong instead. That's the end of game number 1. ChunkyKong with a JV2 to start off his run in top 16. ChunkyKong as a player is just like the Smash Bros equivalent of don't count your chickens before they hatch. It can be going so dominantly in your direction, and then you get grabbed, and then it's just like straight to hell with you. You evaporate. Your stock is snapped out of existence. Tiers don't matter. The players have determination. That's just kind of what it is, man. I think it was in Japan, a Ganondorf player just went game 5 with Shuton. Like, the tier list is just a suggestion at this point in this game. There's a reason that we've never been able to get, like, a consistent, definitive tier list in Smash Ultimate. And it's not just because there's, like, 80-something characters in this game, and it's way too hard to figure out if Duck Hunt is slightly worse or slightly better than Meat Gunner. But it's also just because this is genuinely one of the most balanced fighting games that we've ever had. Like, just objectively speaking, my mic might be freaking out a little bit. If it is, I apologize. But objectively speaking, this game is phenomenally balanced to a point where even these characters that we have said are completely unviable are able to do some extremely crazy stuff. Hopping into game number 2, we're on PS2, and again, this is a stage that's fake even. ChunkyKong is super able to get some disgusting kills here with Ding Dong, and is also able to get some really solid juggles off the platform extensions. Giving DK any platform ever is brutal, but PS2 is generally considered to be one of, if not DK's strongest stages. That's the up throw, that's the up air. I said it right there. He was grabbed at 55, stock is gone. That's just sort of the reality of pretty much any matchup, actually. Maybe not at exactly 55, but you can lose your stock absurdly early. But at the same time, if you don't tech, you're also going to lose that stock pretty early, relatively speaking, for a character of Donkey Kong's stature. 100% is actually pretty reasonable, all things considered. It is still Chunky, though, holding on to a pretty respectable lead. Does have the giant punch online as well. The aerial spinning Kong out of shield. Again, that's one of ChunkyKong's bigger things, and frankly, one of the bigger things for the DK meta. I don't know if he personally discovered it or not, but he's how I first heard about it. It gives Donkey Kong actual out-of-shield options, which is something bizarre to say. I think it's actually faster than Cloud's up the out-of-shield, which is kind of wild if you think about it. Anywho, an unfortunate SD coming out from Cobalt. I think he thought he had a double jump or didn't double jump. Regardless of what happened, though, ChunkyKong up 2-0 now in a matchup that is most certainly not considered doable by a vast majority of people. Playing phenomenally well right now, one game away from solidifying his spot in top 8. We'll see if Cobalt is able to pull something together here. Again, it is an uphill battle. To say the least, you're down 2-0 against one of the strongest DK players in general, results-wise. So you definitely got to grit your teeth a little bit and lock in as you hop into this game number 3. It's doable. We saw how game 1 started for Cobalt, but Chunky looking very clearly in the driver's seat. There we are, seeing a similar start to what we saw with Game 1, Cobalt getting this damage in on the early side. ChunkyKong, though, able to get the trade with the hand slaps to at least disrupt some of this. And again, that's just another big thing that DK has in this matchup. He's pretty able to disrupt a lot of these spin dashes in. A lot of people think of spin dash as this like unchallengeable move. It really isn't. The only time it's not challengeable is at the start when it has that little bit of invincibility, but the move is exceptionally vulnerable to any sort of disjointed or distended hitbox. ChunkyKong down the very early stock, but is looking to bring things back to even. Cobalt still sitting pretty healthy on this first stock, but with Giant Punch on being charged so efficiently, it's possible to see the stock disappear any second. Like, we are absolutely a Giant Punch kill percent. Or near Ding Dong kill percent, not quite. But again, that lead that Cobalt had so commandingly put together is not quite as commanding as one may have thought. Now we are seeing Cobalt starting to get some damage in on this next stock here, but ChunkyKong has not been making it easy and not been giving Cobalt any extended juggle opportunities, which has been huge. Another important thing that's worth noting about this matchup so far is that Cobalt's been letting ChunkyKong get a lot of these giant punches charged up relatively for free. Not all the time, but he's definitely giving ChunkyKong a lot of opportunities to get it on deck, which just makes it, which is one of Chunky's main tools in the matchup. Big up air to call out the double jump out of disadvantage as well. ChunkyKong now bringing the stocks back to even. Only for a short moment, though, as Cobalt is able to get the call out off of the spin charge. Cobalt showing that maybe the PS2 pick is a little more handleable for him than he initially let on. Already sitting still with 0% on the board, finally going to drop a little bit of percent to the up tilt out of shield. ChunkyKong looking worse for wear, but again, we've seen some pretty crazy comebacks come out of him before. I wouldn't put it past it happening again. Though as time goes on and Cobalt stays at around this 11% mark, it's becoming less and less and less likely. ChunkyKong might have a little bit of a rock in the road. The Nair is going to be enough to do it out of the spin charge. Cobalt getting himself at least a game on the board. It is, however, ChunkyKong's counter pick and will be for the next 1 to 2 games. So Cobalt gonna have to be prepared for it. Now the question is, where would ChunkyKong want to bring it? Probably back to small battlefield if he had the opportunity to do so. But again, on paper, PS2 is one of Sonic's, if not Sonic's, or excuse me, one of DK's, if not DK's strongest stages. So with the loss there, I wonder if it shakes the confidence at all or not. Looks like we're just running it right back to PS2, which tells me that ChunkyKong is shaking off that loss, which is what you have to do. Can't let something like that get to you. Getting into things, it is Cobalt with another strong start, though Chunky able to get a respectable little bit of damage off of the whiffed, homing its back. Though, oh my god, excuse me? What a call out from Cobalt, getting a ridiculously early stock off of ChunkyKong to open up game 4. You know, DK does not die that early. That's just not something that happens. My god, dude. Champ, I would highly advise hitting the clip button if I were in your shoes. It was a very gross call out from Cobalt that took away that stock. But Chunky still able to bring the percents back to almost, or excuse me, at least bring the stocks back to, basically he got Spring Road is the long and short of it, but it just, that stock vanished. Now Cobalt just playing it on the patient side. The Spring Ride attempt once again, but this time Sonic up air not going to work. The immortal problem with multi-hit moves is that they just never work out in your favor. However, though, ChunkyKong, despite that Spring Ride, is still keeping these stocks even, still keeping himself alive and working on evening out that percentage as well. He's going way out to the depths to dodge the homing attack, which was phenomenal. Looking for the down air, though, and getting caught under the lip of Pokemon Stadium 2. Really one of the worst feelings in the game. Now Cobalt again, sitting with a pretty comfortable lead, though ChunkyKong sitting with a very uncomfortable giant punch. So it really goes to say that this could still go in either direction. ChunkyKong getting those percentages way up high, and Cobalt yet to get any big hits onto this next stock. Now Cobalt just playing it slow in the corner, but ChunkyKong not exactly in a rush to approach either. Again, it's not like we're sitting at timeout times, so it's nothing to worry about yet. Now the stocks are back to even. ChunkyKong, with only 11% on this last stock, is looking like he's very keen on bringing this game back in his favor, which again, just goes to show the resilience of this player. Died at like, what, 30, 40, and is now back in the lead in a matchup that I can only begin to guess is -2 to -3, and that's the win, too. Getting the cargo throw, getting that ding dong. ChunkyKong with a humongous turnaround to seal his spot in top 8. With that being said, Top 16 winner's side is done. To keep you all posted on what happened off screen, Dany versus DJ Don went to game 5, though it was Dany ultimately taking that W over DJ Don. Sam taking a 3-0 victory over Sergeant Hamilton. In the loser's side of things, there were a couple of DQs. Hamilton DQing out just before top 8, giving Magic Trumpet Man and the Little Mac a shot at that top 8 losers. Osh9 benefiting from a DQ as well against Halo, getting Ultra a guaranteed spot in top 8. There are only 2 matches ongoing. Off stream, it's DJ Don versus Sky, and now after this set, it's going to be Cobalt versus Neo in the loser side of things. I don't know what we're doing, so I'm going to default over to the powers that be that are resting just off stream to let us know where we're heading next. Regardless, though, of what we're doing next, again, I just want to give big ups to both of these players. Both Chunky and Cobalt played really well on that set. And honestly, say what you will about Sonic, and say what you, that still was some pretty excellent gameplay from both sides. Now, for what we're doing, we have some options. We can either start top 8 since top 8 winner side is done, or we can try to snag a loser set. We're waiting for our wonderful and talented tournament organizer in the background to let us know what we're going to be doing. In the meantime, while we're waiting on that, though, I think it's a great opportunity to give a couple to yap just a little bit about the people who help make this event possible. First of all, thank you to all of you who are watching. Really appreciate it. Makes it a fun time for everyone. It's always a pleasure to have you all here. If you're interested in competing in one of these events or keeping up to date with when these happen, please feel free to join the Team Ultra Discord. We post all of our information about cool stuff we got going on. Also, big ups to League Trolley, who generously supply us with the prize pool for these events. We wouldn't be able to do it without them. We really appreciate their continued support of Team Ultra and the Sundown series. And of course, thank you to the Goats 11 and Dr. Curb, who are working diligently behind the scenes to help make the streaming experience and tournament bracket experience as wonderful as it can be. With that being said, we've gotten confirmation off stream that we are going to be heading to top 8. So that's enough of me trying to fill space. We're heading off to start the top 8 of bracket to see who's going to be making some stuff happen. Apparently, there's been a small mistake, and now there's some stuff being discussed. Apparently, Hello may not have meant to DQ. So, with that being said, we'll see what we can happen. We'll see what we can have happen. Apparently, there's some shenanigans. He didn't mean to DQ and didn't know his match started. So we'll see what's happening. I'll leave it to Dr. Kerr. But given that there's a whole match that needs to be played, maybe? Question mark. Hold on. I don't know who's ultimately the decision on that. Me personally, if he was a couple seconds late, I wouldn't DQ the guy over it. But it is in the hands of our tournament organizers, who will tell us whether or not that's going to happen. If it does happen, we might actually be able to catch it on stream too, which would be cool. But actually, I don't know. Osh was already on stream, so he'd probably still go to top 8 anyway. We appreciate your patience as we wait for our tournament organizers to figure this out. There are stresses that come with managing a tournament and the logistics and ethics of who should be in what situation and how things should proceed. So just hold tight. Hopefully we'll be together very shortly. So cool. So okay, so we are stopping. Okay, so I apologize for the inconvenience to the folks watching at home. We really appreciate you being patient with us. We had a little bit of logistical shenanigans that happened. Some unfortunate stuff happened off stream. Player that probably shouldn't have gotten DQ'd got DQ'd because they were a couple seconds late, and unfortunately we can't go back because apparently he's streaming stuff. And with that being said, we're going to be moving on to top 8. So, again, with all those, that stuff sorted, top 8 set, we're going to be doing what we always do, covering winner's side of bracket as well as the loser's top, or all of winner's side and all of top 4. So, it's showtime. It's going to be Wrath versus Esam and ChunkyKong versus Dany. Again, thank you all to those who have waited with us. I know this is a little unorthodox. Some people aren't happy, and it's small team that we got going on here, so unfortunately we kind of have to take our time to make sure that we can run this event to the best of our ability. So sometimes, that means the stream gets a little bit held up, or the bracket gets a little bit held up as we try to sort out everybody's issues and get our top 8 underway. So again, we really appreciate you understanding. It's literally a team of one tournament organizer and our owner, who's also running our stream, and then just sort of me watching along from the sidelines and keeping y'all posted on what's happening. We are going to be starting top 8 now, though. It's time. So, with that being said, it's just going to be whoever checks in first is going to be our first set. Probably. Just to keep you posted on who's playing. It's going to be a very fun top 8. It's Wrath, Esam, ChunkyKong, and Dany. Winner's side. Loser's side, it's Osh9 versus Magic Trumpet. They're playing off stream, and then the rest of top 16 losers is still working itself out, but we will be there very momentarily. Right now, it is Dany is checked in. Nobody else is, so we got one person being punctual. So let's go. Yippee. I assume everybody will be here in due time, though. Again, it'll definitely be a good time all around. So far, I think our top 4 seeds haven't been upset. I'm pretty sure everyone who is supposed to be in top 4 is in top 4 right now. And we do have our first set checked in. ChunkyKong and Dany are here and ready to go, which means we're going to be starting off with them. We're getting a little more ChunkyKong action, and we're getting some Dany on stream. Wolf versus Donkey Kong is going to be a very bombastic match, to say the very least. While we're waiting for them to pull up, I'll get you guys some interesting statistics about these two and whether or not they played. The fun thing about trying to get statistics about ChunkyKong, though, is that he has like 3 Twitter accounts. And as such, he also has like 3 pages on Start GG. So it makes it a little difficult to find his head-to-head analytics, but I will get them for you. I will find them. I just have to like search through 3 different pages worth of stuff, which, you know, always fun. So these two, per 1 page, they have, ChunkyKong has a 4-1 record on Dany. Per another page, he has a 1-0 record on Dany, so I'm going to take that as a 5-1 record in ChunkyKong's favor between these two. Which means Dany has done it before, but at least in general, ChunkyKong usually has the upper hand. Now, we'll get them on their ways over, and hopefully they shall be here soon. I think they're first. Are they first? Okay, never mind. I am spreading misinformation, a little bit of misinformation. We're starting with Wrath Esam. So, my bad. We are still getting ChunkyKong Dany. Rest assured that match is held. You guys are still gonna get that action. We're starting with Wrath Esam. My sincerest apology. So it's gonna be a little bit of like a almost Coinbox classic. You got Pikachu Sonic going on, which is always a good time. Of course, you know, Wrath and Esam, 2 players that don't need any introductions themselves. It's gonna be it'll be a good match, to say the least. 2 very high-level competitors, both fighting their way towards winners finals. We should do gambling. You know what? Who is like running the stream? We need to like run gambles on who's gonna win the sets. That'd be fun. I have what? I think I have 28,400 points of Team Ultra currency. At this point, like, we should be doing a little. We should give people the opportunity to earn their fake money. You know, I've heard rumors that Ultra currency is equivalent to the US dollar. Those rumors are completely false, but I have heard them from myself. And you know what? If you say it enough, if you lie hard enough and often enough, it becomes true. So, with that being said, somebody get gambles started. I will harass our organizers about doing that more in the future. I'm not even a mod in the Team Ultra chat, so I can't do that if I wanted to. Regardless, we're gonna get things started. Esam versus Wrath, game number 1, Pokemon Stadium 2. No crazy stages, because whoop-de-doo. What good set wouldn't start on Pokemon Stadium? Already starting off a lot faster of a pace than a lot of people would necessarily anticipate. PS2 is very conducive to slower gameplay, especially given the characters and given the stage size. But with that being said, I think both players have a vested interest in getting rid of each other as quickly as they possibly can, albeit while still trying to be as safe as possible, because they both understand what happens when the tiniest of mistakes is made. Esam right now with a very marginal percentage deficit. The Wrath looking to extend it a little bit further here. Wrath just has been doing a phenomenal job at dodging all of these openings, which is, again, a lot easier said than done against Pikachu. Getting around the Thunder Jolts is not a free task by any means. They do a really good job to it, just kind of making sure that Wrath can't freely spin dash or spin charge in, which is a real nuisance, especially like as a Sonic player. You know, there's not a ton of characters that have lingering projectiles that can kind of cover space like that, but the ones that do really can throw a bit of a wrench in your traditional neutral plan. So far, things are going about the pace you would expect. combined 125% damage has been dealt, give or take. Wrath, though, still holding on to a respectable 30% lead. This first stock means so much, especially given the pacing of this match. It will be, and given that both these characters can struggle to find that killing blow, that first stock is going to be extraordinarily monumental. And the first stock going in Wrath's favor, with Wrath sitting at a cozy 64%, definitely leaving ESAM feeling a little bit of that pressure. See him trying to catch the landings here, looking for the up tilts, looking for any sort of conversion into something. Wrath, though, just kind of smoothly roaming around, trying to avoid all of ESAM's setups to get him anywhere near the ledge. Yeah, that struggle to find a killing blow as Pikachu is beginning to show its ugly head and show why it's so much of a detriment. That inability to find that final hit gives Wrath so much opportunity to find those openings and start nickeling and diving his way into a pretty respectable lead. 70% now on ESAM, catching the neutral get-up as well. The forward air, now ESAM sitting at about 103%. Wrath almost lapping the bald Buccaneer of Smash Ultimate in percentages here. And getting the stock as well, now Wrath up with a full 3-stock-to-1 lead. Looking very, very comfortable. To get ESAM still just has not been able to find a hit of great substance to close out even this first stock. Just kind of goes to show that's the nature of the beast here. You know, Pikachu does a really, really great job against so many characters. And again, on paper, I do think this matchup is probably pretty even for Pikachu and Sonic. I do think both of them have tools to exploit each other's weaknesses, but definitely not an easy task, to say the least. Wrath taking an opportunity to run down the clock just a little bit, looks like. You know, he's not in any position to really have to worry about timing out ESAM, but, you know, better safe than sorry. Take full advantage of the advantage that you have. Looking to spring ride him straight to the blast zone, but ESAM getting another lease on life here to get to hang out for another 30, 40, maybe even 50% if he's lucky. Really good call out there with the Thunder. Just getting a respectable hit in. Just unfortunately not at the percent where it would be lethal or most useful. Damage, however, is damage. And one can't really be a beggar in these beggars, one cannot be a chooser when you are begging. Really good recovery from ESAM as well. I think that was a double up, if I'm not losing my mind, which if so, that's crazy that Pikachu could do that. With that being said, though, Wrath able to hold on to that second stock for the entire duration of that game, getting that back air and closing it out with a pretty convincing 2-stock. Aside for these two players, the connection must be pretty solid. Florida to Georgia is a very reasonable distance to cover. I don't know if ESAM is South Florida. If he is, it's a little worse. But if he's Northern Florida or even CFL, it's probably pretty on the smooth side. Given that I'm casting solo and I'm not listening to game audio or anything, I'm just kind of watching, I can probably take off my headphones and stop having to worry about giving myself a headphone dent or something, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to take that liberty. So we hop into game number 2. ESAM gets the counter pick this time around. And we are indeed actually seeing a counter pick. We're not just running it right back to Pokemon Stadium. We're going over to Smashville this time around. A bit smaller of a stage, which I do think will be beneficial in theory to ESAM if he doesn't SD. It seems that there may be some difficulties that are being undergone at the moment. You know what? Wait, hold. Something happened. Okay. Not sure what's going on there. I'll check Start GG, see if they have any valuable wisdom. Apparently his controller disconnected and they're just going to restart the game. They already agreed to do so. Which, again, W Wrath for that one. You can definitely choose to just take the stock or take the game, whatever. But, you know, Wrath, sportsmanlike in his conduct, willing to run it back. So we're getting our actual game 2 this time around. We're getting the real deal. Hopefully the controller stays connected this time. We hop into game number 2. Smashville, stage of choice. Again, as I was saying, great option for ESAM to get those Thunder Jolts, cover a lot more real estate of the stage, proportionate to the stage size. And in general, just gives ESAM a lot less space that he has to necessarily cover to keep pace with Wrath, which is always in your best interest. The less space you gotta keep up with, the better, especially when dealing with Sonic. So far, though, Wrath pretty comfortable with playing in closer quarters as well, with a almost 50% lead over ESAM at the moment. Looking for a very aggressive forward air, too. You can definitely feel that Wrath is sort of, like, pretty settled into his element here. And that's a degree of aggressive confidence that, yes, you can get away with as Sonic, because Sonic is Sonic, but especially if you're against a Pikachu player who also has a lot of flexibility off stage and can very explosively reverse situations like that on you, it's definitely indicative of a degree of comfort. Right now, though, it is across the board looking better for ESAM. The percents are pretty close, but it is going to be Wrath getting that first stock. That grab in the corner is going to be more than enough to kill, especially with those slim side blast zones. So now Wrath going to be continuing his very substantial lead, getting a good conversion here, too. Again, you're seeing more conversions coming out from Wrath, too. A lot more extended sequences as opposed to, like, the slow, patient nickeling and diming that we were seeing in game 1. So we're seeing the pace pick up, we're seeing confidence increase, and we're seeing ESAM seemingly still not comfortable in these situations. He's still not able to get a lot of major hits in on this first stock. He hasn't been able to push Wrath quite to kill percent just yet. Maybe now Wrath is around there, and yeah, he is. The down smash going to be enough to close out. ESAM at least able to get this stock off before his second stock disappears, which is a strict improvement. But Wrath still with a very noticeable lead, to say the least. Big back air, too, exacerbating that lead even further, putting a full stock between them pretty much. A little bit less if you want to count in the 23% that's there, but still just a very, very solid position if you're a Wrath fan, or if you're Wrath himself. He's, though, doing a solid job at staying at this low percent, at least so far. He's done a good job at slowing it down, hasn't given Wrath any big openings yet, but even if you don't give Wrath the opening, he will find a way to take it. He's very consistent at doing so. The jab into the down smash, but the the down smash, unfortunately not working. Again, multi-hits in this game, no matter how much they patch this game and no matter how consistent they make him on paper, just are not consistent even to this day. You'll still have moments like that where you fall out, much to the dismay of various players, including ESAM. But ESAM not too phased by it, actually bringing the stock count back to even, and the percentage is very even as well. Looks like Wrath gonna need to slow it down a little bit here. Less, of course, he wants to experience the detriments of being in a substantial disadvantage to Pikachu. Right now, ESAM looking phenomenal at the moment. kind of all over Wrath. We're seeing a total 180 from what we saw at the start of this game. Again, Wrath with a full stock lead, and now sitting here at about a 20% disadvantage. It looks like ESAM is getting into that groove, which again, if you're ESAM enthusiast, definitely really beneficial for you. Wrath, though, still playing this game out, still looking to swing the momentum into his favor, calling out the Thunder with a well-placed back air. And now the percents are getting narrower. Now pretty much back to even, looking to call out the high recovery, and ESAM recovering to that central platform, which again is just such a great thing about this stage. Is it gives ESAM a pretty comfortable way to get quickly from ledge to center stage with that quick attack. Back throw, not going to be lethal just yet, but we're not at up throw kill percents either, so ESAM going to need... Oh, what a reversal, excuse me? That awareness from Wrath. And now Wrath getting the back throw. It's not going to be lethal yet, but it goes to show that he is still absolutely in this game. The forward tilt going to put ESAM back in disadvantage. Now, it really is anybody's game. Both of these characters at kill percent. ESAM may be able to get a kill off of a dash attack or something of the sort here if he can find it, but that's a lot easier said than done. The up air, not going to kill, but Wrath at 172, I don't know if he can survive that much longer. The up air is going to be enough. Close it out. ESAM getting himself on the board. Really, really strong adaptation too. Again, remember, ESAM was a full stock down in this game and was able to completely turn that around. So really good stuff. It does feel like Wrath was sort of getting back into a comfortable element there, but ESAM was able to maintain composure and get back into things. Now it is back to Wrath for counter picks. I do think, once again, we're probably going to see a counter pick. It does look like he's taking a moment to think about it, though. ESAM is contemplating his bans, which means we got a little bit of time to discuss. Obviously, Wrath probably not going to want to go back to Smashville again. If I had to guess, I probably wouldn't want to go to Small Battlefield as well. Now, as for where I would want to go, the thing is, pretty much every stage is bigger than Smashville for the most part. So just anywhere bigger and anywhere that gives Wrath just that much more room to really emphasize that movement advantage that he has is going to be beneficial. ESAM, of course, taking his time to really think out the ban, because again, you only get 2 bans, and there's a stage list of, like, what is it? 8 stages? Give or take. I don't remember the exact... You know, I can check the rule set. I don't have to sit here and guess. I can literally check the rules. Rule settings in the event of a lag test. Do we not have a stage list thing on our page? I think we go by the Coinbox stage list, if I recall correctly. Which in that case, I can just check like an old Coinbox. I'm like 99. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure we go by the Coinbox rule set, which means we have 8 stages, and as such, it makes the decision of what stage to go to very substantive. Because you only get to ban 2, every ban very substantially counts. Okay. So, another little tidbit of information from behind the lore. Apparently, ESAM was not connected to land. The lag was supposedly not bad. There were no complaints of lag, but they're resetting it and getting that all together now. So, you know what? That's just the nature of Wi-Fi. The Switch is really weird and really stupid sometimes. It just kind of like decides that it doesn't want to use LAN, especially if you've ever connected it to a wireless network. Sometimes it will prioritize connecting to the Wi-Fi than it will the LAN. I actually changed it. I like made my Switch forget my school's Wi-Fi network, so it will only connect to LAN now by default unless I need to. But you gotta love the Switch, man. 7 years in, and we're still getting some goof. So, with that being said, bans have been decided, or the stages banned for those curious, if you're curious, were PS2 and Kalos. We're going over to Small Battlefield as the stage of choice, which I do think, while on the smaller side, is still about the same size as FD, and also offers a pretty solid platform layout to give Wrath those up air sequences that Sonic mains are fond of. So, hey, that's on the table as well now. Something to keep in mind. Esam, in the meantime, is rejoining the arena. He's just resetting to make sure that his LAN connection is actually connected to LAN. With that being said, we will be starting very, very shortly. You know, there's a... Sorry about that. Mic disconnected. I had to reconnect it. So anyway, as I was saying, there is a degree of integrity that comes with ensuring that both players have a good Wi-Fi connection. So to see that these players are committed to ensuring that they have both of them get the best possible playing experience is very respectable. Now, as we hop into game number 3, we are starting off with a pretty even back and forth. Again, nothing too bombastic just yet. Both these players playing a very calm, competitive neutral, which, again, is to be anticipated. The score is 1-1. Game 3 is usually a pretty pivotal game. The odd-number games are very important in general in a set because they sort of set the precedent of who gets stage advantage for the games that count. Whoever wins game 1 gets to pick the stage for game 3, and whoever wins game 3 gets to pick the stage for game 5. So winning those odd-numbered games is really significant for any set in general. And both these players, I think, whether consciously or subconsciously, do understand the value in taking this slow. Right now, it is Esam holding on to the lead at the moment, looking for a couple of forest matches, maybe try to catch Wrath lazily spin dashing back to stage. Wrath, though, fully aware of what Esam is hunting for, is going to lock things down. And Esam able to take the first stock. Is our stream dying, or is it just my internet bugging? It might just be me. It is just me. Okay, cool. Anyway, Esam now having this lead is doing his damnedest to extend it. Really solid work as well here, getting a couple of jabs and now up 40%. Now it's Wrath kind of experiencing what Esam was experiencing just 2 games ago, or a game and a half ago, honestly. Just at the start of last game, just at the duration of game 1, it was very contentious, to say the least. But it felt like, you know, Esam couldn't get those openings. Now we're seeing a total 180 to that. It's Wrath not being able to close out this stock, and Esam taking full advantage of it, getting a whole lot of damage here, just leaving Wrath in a very disadvantageous position. Really good quick attack across the stage. The forward air is not going to be enough to kill just yet, with Esam having 175% and pretty much max range, if not max range. He is certainly a threat. Finally going to be dropping that stock to the up throw, but oh my god, dude, down smashes. Now, second time this set not wanting to cooperate and giving Wrath another shot at life with that rage on deck. And I know I keep like pivoting to rage as a talking point, but really it can be so substantial in determining whether or not you're going to die or whether or not your opponent dies or not. Champ, what did you miss? Not much so far. This is still our first set of top 8. So we're balling. Esam currently looking really strong. The Wrath still alive, and as long as he's on that same stock and able to narrow that gap, like the longer he can do that, the better. Really good conversions too. We're seeing these percents get a little bit closer to even. Esam is now struggling to find that final hit here, and that's giving Wrath a whole lot of time to get in this extra percent, get Esam closer to that lethal point, to that critical point. Esam, though, finally able to find the very, very last hit of forward air to get that stock underway, and now Esam going to the underbelly of the stage is more than happy to just play things on the slow side. Which, again, when you're playing against a player like Wrath and a character like Sonic, sometimes that is just kind of a necessity. I like the vision there, trying to call out the jump with the Thunder. That may well have killed, too, but Wrath being ready and able to navigate around it is going to be staying alive and at these lower percents. We'll see if he's able to get a kill, however, before Esam's able to find any substantial strings to really put Wrath in a bad spot. 55% is a pretty doable comeback. So is 67 and 71, but as we get to these higher numbers, it's just becoming all the more unlikely. I think Wrath beginning to feel some of the pressure mounting here, not getting any big hits. Esam just doing such a good job at disrupting Wrath's approach option. The forward tilt not going to kill just yet. Really good spring to interrupt the side B, but it doesn't get any damage. It doesn't really knock Esam into any unfortunate positions, which means Esam still just getting to hang around. The dash attack not going to kill just yet. Wrath going to get the back throw, which will be lethal, but at an 120% deficit, it is still a very uphill battle for the Blue Blur. Esam just choosing to take it slow, no need to approach, just tossing out these Thunder Jolts, seeing Wrath approaching and willing to stop the onslaught of projectiles as he works to get closer and closer to sealing out this game 3. Wrath able to get the nair, but needs to play extremely cautiously here. Again, one of the biggest things that people will do at these percents is they'll go for something that's just the slightest bit not true. In the name of trying to get a little bit more damage on the board, and that can ultimately cost you the game off of a really stupid reversal. So Wrath needs to play cautiously here and understands that, but at the same time, looking at the timer, there's only 40 seconds left. Wrath really doesn't have that much of an opportunity to continue lazing around, and Esam, I think, fully understands this. He's just playing it slow, making Wrath really work to find these openings, but at 176%, you're going to need to find a kill, practically. Esam, on the other hand, not too concerned about getting the kill on Wrath, and that may well be his downfall as he gets reversaled in the corner. Wrath snatching that game away from Esam and taking game number 3. My God, dude. Oh, that's brutal. What a turnaround. And again, the composure there from Wrath really, truly phenomenal. Because again, being at that much of a deficit with that little time. Oh my God, that's spine-chilling. Champ, take notes. Get out your pen and paper. This is the guy you should be studying from. Actually, wait, you're in Georgia too. What am I telling you this for you? You're both in the same region. Regardless, that's going to be rough on mental. No matter how Oh, you play Kazuya? Is the Sonic gone? Is it over? Are you not? I could have sworn you were in Georgia. I may be losing my mind. It's fine. You know what? It's cool. Mentally, you're in Georgia. Louisiana? Same thing. You mean to tell me Louisiana and Georgia are two different states? Next, you're gonna tell me that the Tooth Fairy doesn't exist. Anyway, game 4, we're running it right back. Ask Champ about his DK. I almost don't want to. But hey, if he wants DK notes, there's a really great guy in this bracket who we're going to be seeing really shortly, who also has a pretty solid DK. Anyway, game 4. I don't know, man. And Champ, how's the DK, man? I gotta, you know, KD's kind of forced my hand here. I feel like I would be doing a moral disservice. Okay, excuse me? I'm sorry. So you can just double up with Pikachu's recovery? That's a thing? That's just a thing you can do as Pikachu? Okay, great. So cool. Anyway. So glad that Pikachu players have figured out how to just make his recovery better, because I know Pikachu players were really struggling with just how limited Pikachu's recovery was. I said Pikachu way too many times in that sentence. Is it only on box? I think somebody said they did it on a GameCube controller. Though I think they probably did it by accident, and if it is box exclusive, then it's like probably that they just happened to do it. Regardless, Esam, all things considered, is doing really well once again. Has that lead, you know, he's not Wrath that time of day. And once again is looking confident. You know, this is what we were seeing in Game 4, but the Thunder Jolt clanking and extending the hitbox of the back air is ultimately going to cost him that stock. Not going to cost him the lead, however. He's still got a very solid amount of damage racked up on Wrath. And Wrath still definitely in a position where he has to approach if he wants this game to go in his favor. Box Kazuya sounds kind of disgusting. Part of me, like, in theory, like, just to go off on a little tangent here, the box controllers sound so interesting, but I cannot bring myself to spend that type of money on a controller, man, for any game. Like, I'm happy with my GameCube controller. I'm used to it. I don't have the, like, energy or money to be spending that type of cash on a controller, and I would then have to completely relearn how to play the game on. With that being said, Wrath somehow in this little box tangent has managed to turn the game 180 in his favor. Esam now playing on the back foot here. Wrath has just been showing phenomenal resilience throughout all of this, being able to reverse even seemingly the worst scenarios to get himself back into these advantageous positions. And now Esam on potentially his winner side stock here. The forward air not quite going to kill just yet. Looking for another one, but not able to find it. Wrath just going high and hanging out and hanging tight. Big forward air once again. Esam is still sort of shades of game 1 here, just kind of not able to find a substantial hit. The forward smash, two-framing the side B back to lead. That's Wrath taking a 3-1 victory and moving himself on to winner's final. Esam still has a life in loser side of bracket. In this time, this has definitely been a slow burn of a set. We've been here for about a little over half an hour, which again is to be anticipated with a Wrath set. But I will keep you guys updated on what's been happening. First of all, let you know what's happening next. Next up, we got Dany versus ChunkyKong, and this is going to be very potentially the match of the tournament. Like, this may be the most bombastic match we have lined up in our bracket. So stick around. If you weren't certain whether or not you should, absolutely do, because this is going to be a banger. Secondly, to keep you all updated on what happened in loser side, Team Ultra had yet another team kill. Neo versus DJ Don in losers top 16. Or excuse me, losers top 8. Neo was able to eliminate Cobalt from the event to make it into top 8, but ultimately did lose 3-0 to DJ Don. DJ Don running a mixture of me, Gunner, and Steve. On the other side of bracket, Osh9 took a 3-0 victory over Magic Trumpet Man, which, fair enough, you know, it's still a Little Mac made a top 8 of one of what is likely our most stacked Sundown series of all time, which is phenomenal across the board. Like, you can't say that it isn't. With that being said, Esam is moving on to loser's bracket. He's going to be playing DJ Don. Osh9 is waiting on the loser of this set. All things considered, it's going to be a fun time. ChunkyKong versus Dany. Let's get things started. We're going to be starting things off on Smashville as our stage of choice, because just in case things weren't bombastic enough, just in case it wasn't bombastic enough, we need smaller blast zones. Yeah, I feel that, champ. You're 200% right. To be fair, I would also probably lose my vibe if I lost a game where I had that strong of an advantage to a dare F smash in ledge. That's just Sonic as a character, man. Regardless, we cannot dwell on the past any longer. The present is here and is not going to wait for us. We get started between these two behemoths. I looked it up briefly before because I was talking about this set because I thought this is what we were starting with. These two have played, and again, it was a bit hard to find because ChunkyKong has had like 3 Twitter accounts, so I had to like search, and as such has like 3 pages on Smasher's app. But these two, between those 3 accounts, it's a 5-1 record in ChunkyKong's favor. So these two have played a pretty healthy amount, but in general, Chunky is usually eked out those W's. Now Chunky, taking the first stock, is at a very high percent, needs to watch out for these back airs, but at the same time, he does also have the giant punch online. You know, it will never not astound me just how patient of a player ChunkyKong is. Again, DK is a heavyweight, right? Like, he's not a character that you... And of the heavyweights, is also not one that you would expect to play the slow and patient game. My god, that's a jab lock into a giant punch. Oh my god. What is this character? Maybe we were too harsh on DK with the tier list, man. This character could do some stuff in the right hands. There's the back air, though, coming out from Dany. Able to get the stock off the board, but, you know, it may be a little too late into this game to start things off. Anyway, as I was saying before, though, DK is not a character that you expect to be able to play as patient as ChunkyKong plays him. You know, you see DK on the screen, you see this giant monkey that runs around, no projectiles, just a whole bunch of big arms and big punches and kicks. And yet somehow ChunkyKong is able to play an extremely patient and stressful game with this character. Almost turns DK into a sortie, which is kind of weird to think about to be 100% honest. Like, DK as a sortie is weird, but it almost makes sense. He's got very, very large hitboxes. The only thing is that they're just not disjointed at all. Because, I mean, it's hard. Dany looking to try to take this stock out, but again, still has to be extremely cautious. That giant punch is very present, and we know what it can do, especially off ledge, too. It's just like a free get off of ledge option, especially with that armor, and the fact that it's so safe. Again, it's like, what, -5 or something on shield when it's the fully charged punch? Good ledge trump attempt, but unfortunately not going to pan out here. And now ChunkyKong's still not still alive, but living to 172. That's the reality of this character. You just don't get early kills on DK that often. You can, but it's a lot easier said than done. The down B into the up smash is going to be enough to close it out. ChunkyKong taking a very, very solid game one. Man, this is a interesting matchup, to say the least. Again, I think probably on paper, Wolf favored, just because Wolf is, like, on paper the better character, but realistically, I can see this being even. Like, I think DK has the tools to make this a little annoying for me. Actually, I would say he has the tools to make it a lot annoying for Wolf. Yeah, Wolf has a laser, so he can poke if DK wants to play it slow, but most of Wolf's hitboxes don't really outrange DK, per se. So it's not necessarily free entry into getting those Wolf combos. You do have to play a pretty patient neutral. Your advantage must feel phenomenal, because again, you're playing against a heavy, you're playing against a big body. Yippee, it's like a free punching bag. But neutral and disadvantage probably feel pretty rough. I don't know, I'd have to ask Chunky what his opinions are on the matchup. He's like the de facto guy when it comes to making matchup charts as the best solo DK in the world. With that being said, it looks like we're going to be running things over to Town and City for game number 2. A little bit bigger stage, higher blast zones, and frankly, again, it's a stage that I'm a little surprised to see left unbanned. Then again, to be fair, I don't think ChunkyKong got any huge kills off of Ding Dong, but he did definitely get kills off the top, so I'm a little surprised to see this as an available pick. But Dany taking full advantage of it. Yeah, no, I fully agree. I think DK's kit in general is really strong. It's just that his disadvantage can be a really massive struggle. But now that the DK players have optimized this character so much, they've really gone and shown just how What? Oh, so you can Ding Dong on this. Okay, so it doesn't even matter. Okay, never mind. What the hell am I talking about? I was thinking you were saying, oh my god, it's such a bad stage. You can't Ding Dong on this stage. ChunkyKong just shut me up. Oh, okay, man. You got it. Never mind. Apparently this stage is just perfectly fine if you want to play Donkey Kong. It is more than perfectly fine if you want to play Donkey Kong. Dany is dead. And the aerial spinning Kong out of shield too, because now he has an out of shield game. Yeah, no, Donkey Kong is way more valuable than people realize. I still think he's like upper mid tier at best, just because this game's high tiers are very, very substantially high tier. But with that being said, this character can definitely do some crazy stuff, and his kit is really solid. Like, his kit is a lot more solid than people give him credit for. Is he dead? No, he's not dead. Okay. I was about to say, if he died off of, like, the low middle platform to a Ding Dong on Town and City, I was like, I would start questioning whether there's even a point to banning stages. He's dead to that, though. He went for a throw up air and got whiffed slightly and ate a back air right to the jaw, dude. ChunkyKong up 2-0. Holy. Man, ChunkyKong makes me really question the tier list of this game sometimes. Maybe this character is like Incineroar level, where this character that is like secretly upper mid, lower high, if you play him right. I will say though, it will never not be hilarious to me that in 2024 and in like late 2023, early 2024, both in Melee and in Ultimate, DK had like a competitive viability resurgence. It's like you got ChunkyKong punching the frontier in Ultimate, and you got some other DKs in Japan who are doing some really solid stuff as well, albeit with mixes of characters, not necessarily solo DK. And then you go over to Melee, and you got players like Junebug making a top 3 in Supernova. And it's so amazingly comical to me that, like, at the same time, these two characters in these two games are having this like monumental resurgence, or like this surge in viability. It really does make you wonder, though, how many other characters in this game have we said are completely unviable that are actually secretly viable? Dany, once again, with a really good opening stock here, but again, he had a really good opening stock in Game 2 as well, and that just kind of meant nothing. Chunky's just kind of shut that down entirely. But yeah, again, it really does make you wonder, what characters are unviable in this game? Are we just not playing them well enough? Because again, like over in Japan, for example, just this weekend, and I want to say Sirius, the Japanese like B+ tier that just happened, up-and-coming Ganondorf player in Japan took Shuton to Game 5. And it's like, it wasn't the Aegis either, it was the Olimar. Like, I went and checked. And it's like, if Ganondorf can bring a definitively top 10 player in the world to a Game 5, maybe we're doing something wrong. Maybe this game is just like perfectly balanced. Regardless of whether it is or not, though, back to the game at hand, and enough talking about Japan. We can glaze them more on Twitter, where, you know, the Japan glazing has to be a necessity. But, at least at the moment, Dany still holding onto a relatively comfortable lead. Now, again, I use comfortable with very heavy air quotations. This is still ChunkyKong. This is still Donkey Kong. This is still a character with a giant punch on deck who can kill you off of, like, a whiffed grab at 40. Is he dead? If he's dead off of that, okay, you know what? Never mind. Town and City isn't even a bad stage for Donkey Kong. I don't know what to think anymore. Who cares? You don't even need the high ceiling. It just doesn't matter. This character can do it everywhere. Anywhere, everywhere, all at once. I swear to God, if ChunkyKong reverses this game with a giant punch, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. I'm actually gonna, like, lose my marbles. Dany is so close to finally getting a game here. And then I've been sitting here saying, oh my God, this stage is, like, so unviable for DK. You can't ding-dong here. Chunky has ding-donged on this stage twice now. I quit, man. Well, what's the point of comment? What is the point of me analyzing this? If ChunkyKong moves on to Winners Finals, you know what? Some things are made not to be broken. Something in the background, I don't know, you know what? I'm gonna blame it on Dr. Curve. He's got like voodoo powers when it comes to seeding these events, and these seeds shall not be infringed. ChunkyKong! I'm sitting here like saying that I'm mad about this. ChunkyKong's my coach, man. I love this guy. I absolutely love this guy. He's awesome. He is an inspiration. If you ever think that your character can't do it, look at ChunkyKong. ChunkyKong was like a firm believer in his character and is sitting here. He's invited to watch the throne. He's placing well at offline events. He's placing well at online events. It's like, if you think your character can't do it, you're obviously not putting in the effort. That's all it is. And that's a reminder to all of you that if you put in the time, put in the effort, spend that time grinding and pushing your character to their limits, you can do incredible stuff. With that being said, ChunkyKong, congratulations on your 3-0 victory. We're moving on to Winners Finals. Just to keep y'all posted on what's happening in loser side, Dany is going to be fighting against Oshnai. That's going to happen off stream. I'm actually curious if there's, I think they're roommates actually. If I recall correctly, if I recall the story correct, there was a Sundown series where these two got to grants and they were using the same setup because they were roommates. They're roommates at college, I think. So I wonder if they're just going to play their set offline, which if they do, that would be really funny. But regardless, that's going to happen. Other side of bracket, Esam versus DJ Dawn is ongoing. It's 1-1 right now, assuming that's up to date. It does seem to be. But we're going to be moving on over here to Winners Finals. We're going to be having ChunkyKong, the GOAT, our Prometheus, versus Wrath, the unequivocal first seed, the force of nature, the final trial of Smash Wi-Fi. But that's not true. He's like the fourth to last trial. It's like Well, what did the Wi-Fi Warrior rankings say it was again? It was Sonic, Spargo, Shiny Mark, and then Wrath. Still, top 4 Wi-Fi Warrior, but top seed of this bracket, and really like the Great Wall of China when it comes to like progressing. With that being said, this will be a fun set. I do believe this set history is a little worse for ChunkyKong, if I recall correctly. We already saw this isn't a great matchup. Chunky was able to make some pretty solid reversals earlier in bracket, but it came to Cobalt. This is the 3rd best Sonic player per the Luma rank in the entire world. 2nd best Sonic in North America on Wi-Fi, especially on Wi-Fi. I can't even say especially on Wi-Fi. He goes to events now. Wi-Fi and offline, 2nd best Sonic player in North America. These two have played before because they're both adamant grinders. And to this day, ChunkyKong has yet to take a set off of Wrath. So, with that being said, we'll see if tonight he's able to change that history. Now again, this matchup is not great, but it's doable. Again, we saw that ChunkyKong was able to do some pretty solid work against, what's-his-face, against Cobalt, who's also a very potent force in the Sonic scene, a very, very respectable Sonic player. So, it's not impossible. It's gonna be a struggle, yeah, but it's not impossible. Now we just have to wait for Wrath to arrive. Hold on, I'm gonna get a tissue, because it is getting to like cold season. I don't have a cold, but like fall allergies are kicking in. So I'll do, you know, let me mute my microphone. I'll do you all the favor. You don't need that type of ASMR. I'm back. Hope you guys didn't miss me too much, because it's about showtime. This should be fun, right? We got Wrath, we got ChunkyKong, Sage, and ChunkyKong. I don't know if he's calling himself a Sage, or if he's referencing a character named Sage, or a song. Whatever it is. What's up, Sam? What do you want? What do you necessitate of me? Hit the... Okay. We don't even have cameras. Even though I could just say I'm hitting the gritty and not hit the gritty. That's the best part about this job. I can say I'm doing anything. I'm actually on the moon right now. Anyway. Starting things off, small battlefield is the stage of choice, and it's starting rough, to say the least. Again, this matchup is phenomenal. Oh, hell yeah, we got the Jazzo emote. Let's go. Okay, we're saved. Wait, is he dead off of that? He is. There it is. ChunkyKong getting the first one. The starts of games don't matter against Donkey Kong as a character. He just kind of does whatever he wants to do. ChunkyKong is getting that first stock, and, you know, also has the added benefit of having literally just played a set, so he's, like, warm on the sticks too. Wrath probably still warming back up. I actually don't know if Wrath, like, plays Elite between sets or anything, or if he's just, like, chilling out vibing. It's always a curious question, or maybe he's in training mode with, like, a training mod or something. Whatever it is. ChunkyKong holding on to the lead too, which is really phenomenal for him. Now, Wrath trying to work his way back in, but again, Sonic, not a character with, like, first kill options. He has kill options, but, like, they're not always the easiest to find. And with that being said, he was able to find that one. Now ChunkyKong getting that giant punch back online. Again, Chunky very good at utilizing the full extent of that invincibility, getting off the platform to get that giant punch online. It's just a great way to set yourself up for the stock. Already, though, eating a whole lot of damage here. The falling up airs are extraordinarily brutal. And now Chunky stuck off stage here, though, getting a potential reversal opportunity here. Not able to catch Wrath going high, which means that Wrath gets another opportunity to control stage. Oh my god, millimeters away from probably dying, honestly. DK up smash is a pretty strong move. Now, Chunky sitting at 115, looking for the giant punch call out, not going to be able to find it, and now off stage here, just doing a really good job at stalling out the recovery. Yet DK's recovery is not what we would call good, but it's not completely limited. However, it's going to be Wrath pulling himself into the advantage in this map, and now you got Chunky looking for the hand slap into the up smash. Not going to be able to find the second hand slap, though, which is really brutal, because now, again, every second that you give Wrath to be alive, it's more time that he's able to pull together more damage, find more spin dashes, get more up airs, and just make the possibility of you getting a comeback that much slimmer. Is that death? That is death, okay. I didn't see the percent, I just saw the zoom in, and I was like, ah, is he gone? Yeah, at 125, you get nair back air to ledge, yeah, you're dead. That's it. Wrath takes game 1. So ChunkyKong, again, didn't play bad by any metric. You had a solid start, just kind of slipped away. That's the sad reality of this matchup, is that Sonic kind of can just throttle you. Jumping into game number 2, just running it right back to small battlefield, which honestly I do think is probably, stage-wise, Chunky's best bet. Like, of the available stages, I think this is probably the best here. Wrath looking for like a homing attack edge guard here, but like not able to find it. I like the the pseudo IDJ there to get Wrath off stage. Again, starting off like the early phases of this match, we're looking at a very, very even game. The hand slaps here preventing Wrath from just freely spin dashing or spin charging in, but Wrath still has a very slight percentage lead nonetheless that he's looking to extend even further. The giant punch is online, so Wrath does have to be careful here. He can't go in for free, but does still hold this advantage and is looking to potentially close out this first stock. Giant punch was let rip. The whip up B not going to get punished, though, giving Chunky another slice of life. And the up B going to be able to kill in like 67. Wrath quickly able to find the reversal off of it, but still going to, once again, to show that Chunky is capable of playing this matchup, even against some of the finest in the business. Looking for the, or hoping for the trip there. Unfortunately, though, RNG just not in his favor, which I think that would have most certainly been the stock should Chunky have found that trip there. But, you know, sometimes it's just not meant to be. Really good spot dodge there, but a phenomenal mash coming out from Wrath. Yeah, that's so pivotal, having a good match. The hand slaps, though, into the giant punch. Chunky looking really solid at the moment. Which I guess with a name like Chunky, you kind of have to be pretty solid, don't you? Playing it slow, there's the up throw, there's the up airs, getting a quick 45 onto Wrath's last stock here, and getting the aerial spinning Kong once again. Again, I think that is it's really cool to not only see the DKs innovating their meta and like finding these techs, but also actively implementing it into their playstyle. Because it's one thing to just say, hey, you can do this, and then seeing a player actually like take a tech and start utilizing it is huge. The cargo throw, though, is especially huge. Getting ChunkyKong on the board. It's 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. While these two are picking stage bans, I'm going to go refill my water really quick. I'll be back momentarily, however. So, hold tight. I won't leave you guys abandoned for too long, I promise. Pardon the delay, ladies and gentlemen, I am back and able to hydrate myself, which is a really pleasant change of pace. Looking like game number 2 is going pretty solid, at least at the moment. I didn't see how things started off, though it is going to be ChunkyKong unfortunately dropping that first stock. Now Wrath still, though, at pretty much kill percent, and as I say it, ChunkyKong able to find the cargo throw and get him right on out of here. Getting the grab on deck. It's Chunky now sitting with the lead. Been going crazy talking to yourself for this long. You know what? I am a full-on yapper, dog. Sometimes it takes a second to get in the groove, but once you get there, I manage. Somehow. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a contract finally. But regardless, continuing onward with our set. Right now, Chunky actually holding on to a percentage lead. Look, getting the hand slabs off the corner, which is really great for him. Just good call-outs in general. In the back air there, ChunkyKong now up the stock, has the giant punch on deck, and even despite this stage pick giving Wrath a whole lot of room, Chunky's been taking full advantage of those smaller side blast outs to net these really big kills. Now Chunky at 111%, getting close to that kill threshold, but has giant punch. There's the grab, the up throw, the up air, and now Wrath has to be very wary of the giant punch. There it is. That's going to be lethal. ChunkyKong going up 2-1. Just barely killed too, but again, really only barely killing, but again, just such good awareness from Chunky, recognizing that it's going to be at a percent where he can get that kill. All it takes sometimes is one grab and one down tilt, and that's enough to eviscerate your stock. ChunkyKong on the cusp of winning Winners Finals. Looks like they're going to be running it right back to Town and City, if I looked at that correctly. Indeed they are. So Wrath, confident in the stage pick still. Running it back here, but it's Chunky getting that first grab and starting things off, which again is always just a great sign. Even if it doesn't like determine who wins the match, it's a great feeling. It's a little bit of a confidence booster. Just getting that first little bit of blood on the board, just getting that first hit on the battlefield. ChunkyKong, lead diminished, but still present, looking for a huge giant punch already to open up the set, but not going to be given the opportunity to get it just yet. Now Chunky, the lead slipping out of his favor and not able to find these giant punches just yet. He's really going ham, pulling the trigger on these. Wrath, though, not giving him the chance to get anything for free. They are not going to be able to find the back air, though. Wrath going to need to work just a little bit more if he wants to find this stock. Chunky, though, getting back to ledge at the very least. Not exactly sure who that forward air was hitting, but Chunky still alive, getting the hand slap to cover, I think, pretty much everything there. Now Chunky on the platform, not going to read the roll away. And still hanging on for dear life. 179%. This poor monkey has been battered and abused and finally gonna eat the forward tilt, ultimately costing him stock. However, Wrath, not exactly a spring chicken either, sitting here at 120%. Chunky looking for this grab, looking for some opportunity to take Wrath and send him straight into the blast zone. The real nail biter, man. I'm sitting here on the edge of my seat too. Wrath is doing a really solid job right now. That's almost another stock. My God, dude, the advantage state is phenomenal, and that is going to be the other stock. The unfortunate trade there. ChunkyKong needs to find something really soon if he wants to get back into this game, but it's looking like Wrath wants absolutely no part of it. The whiffed homing attack not going to get punished, beating Wrath, getting to live just another few seconds, getting an opportunity for another few hits. Again, this really is the most dangerous thing, though. ChunkyKong remaining resilient and planning to fight it out to the bitter end. And it's definitely going to be a bitter end the way it is looking. Wrath going to the depths, trying to close this out with a little bit of flair. The up tilt going to kill Chunky at 122% on his last stock here. We'll see if he's able to pull something together. Wrath not able to kill him just yet. Chunky able to find the grab, able to find the up air, but still in no good position to bring himself back. Trying to just find the raw giant punch. And honestly, when you're at a point like this in the game, you do have to start throwing a few Hail Marys. Chunky, though, still alive. Really clutch there. The up B going to kill. Hold on just a second. Never mind. The call out goes absolutely great. That was the hardest roll read, man. Oh my God. Wrath pushing it to a game 5. He does not. Chunky has yet to take a cassette off him, and he's not going to give it to him today. That was a phenomenal up B, though. That was a really excellent call out. So we're going to game 5. ChunkyKong's counterpick this time around. And it looks like ChunkyKong is in fact counterpicking. Looks like we're probably going to see a new stage. One that most likely gives Chunky a lot more opportunities to stay up close and personal. Really put the fists on. Never mind, I lied. We're going right back to Town and City. I'm sorry, I was spreading misinformation. My bad. Whoopsie daisy. Game 5. Showtime. Let's go. Town and City is our stage of choice. It is our final arena for who is going to be going into Grand Finals. Wrath getting the first hit, getting the up throw into the up air, not able to get any platform resets though. This stage is just not conducive for it. ChunkyKong getting the hand slaps into the up air though, and now has Wrath in the air and is continuing to keep the pressure mounted. The up tilts are doing so much right now. And now Chunky just chill to hang on the platform. I don't need to go anywhere. I don't need to approach you. What do you think this is? A competitive fighting game? You come to me. ChunkyKong holding on to the damage lead though, not for long. Wrath able to find a couple of solid hits, and now getting the back air at ledge. Not going to be able to get anything off of the spring, but both of these characters are nearly at kill percent. A real nail biter. Again, this first stock is so substantial, especially in these Game 5 situations. ChunkyKong at ledge, not going to hit the reverse snare, though not going to die for it either. A phenomenal recovery around the spring, and now Wrath, trying to make his way back to center stage, is going to be able to do so relatively unchallenged. Again, I think that's probably the smartest for ChunkyKong. Going to eat the back air, though, to the back of the head. Now Chunky has Wrath very in kill percent, just needs to be able to find this opportunity to get that kill before Wrath starts racking up tons and tons of damage. Gets the grab, back throw, not going to kill from center stage, but definitely his best option in that position. Gets the grab though, and the forward throw off the side. It is even, and ChunkyKong has a giant punch. Wrath, though, able to find the falling up air and is able to get a really quick 48% damage on the board. ChunkyKong able to disrupt the momentum a little bit with the falling back air, and is getting a little bit more, but still only 25% separate these two players. Less now. Hold on just a second. Chunky has Wrath in the corner. Wrath able to pull out of there. Again, you really don't corner Sonic. He's just sort of there, but as long as he has that side B available, really anything can happen. Chunky not going to catch the landing. 52% on both of these players, but Wrath getting a really solid combo to exacerbate his lead just that much more. ChunkyKong just holding on to center stage. Wrath playing it exceptionally patient. Neither one of these players wants to have to play this from the loser side. Chunky letting the giant punch rip, but it's not going to connect. The big fat win condition isn't there anymore. The up tilt going to connect, but again, Chunky still down about 40%. Good hand slap, really good dash attack. The back air, not quite going to kill just yet. The kill sparks, though, absolutely giving everybody, causing everyone's heart to jump to their throat. Not getting the call out, though, on the roll. Chunky still alive. Not anymore, though, unfortunately. Wrath a little too ready to call that out. Chunky, though, with the immediate reversal. Now it's last stock, Game 5. One of these two players is going to be going to Grand Finals. And it is more ambiguous than ever. The giant punch is here. The giant punch is online. Chunky has the tools to win this. The aerial spinning Kong, though, not going to connect. The back air going to disrupt. Wrath playing extremely cautious. The back air, not the third one though. Oh my god, dude, I'm on the edge of my chair right now. I can't. This, I can't right now. I actually can't. Music stopped, time standing still. The giant punch got burned, but it's still an even game. ChunkyKong behind by a little over 10%, but still holding on. The whipped up B, though, getting punished. The back air pushing it closer. Both of these characters very close to kill percent. Big back air for ChunkyKong. Big down B too. Both of these characters comfortably in kill percent. Chunky, though, missing the hand slaps, and the forward air is going to be enough to close it out. Wrath narrowly fending off the upset. He's moving on to Grand Finals. What a freaking crazy nail biter. Really a phenomenal set. And this may not be the only time this set happens tonight. Yeah, ChunkyKong is still in. This was winners finals, ladies and gentlemen. There are still a losers finals and a grand finals ahead of us. Let's keep y'all posted on what happened. Dany takes a Game 5 victory over Osh9. Esam takes a 3-1 victory over DJ Don. Dany and Esam will be playing next on stream. So, with that being said, ChunkyKong still in this bracket, still waiting the losers side of things, waiting cozy in losers finals, going to be fighting the winner of our next coming set. Esam versus Dany should be an interesting one, to say the least. I don't know if these two have played before, but I will let you guys know. I have access to those tools that let me know all of those fun little tidbits. Apparently there's a lot of people named Esam, but I know which one I'm looking for, so it's cool. Makes things real easy to figure out. With that being said, versus Dany. They've played once. This is their second time playing, at least on record. Esam won the one time they played. When did they play? I'm curious now. They played at DreamHack Atlanta 2022. So it has been at least 2 years since these two have faced off against each other. It was 3-1 in Esam's favor. So, with that being said, it's about time that these two clashed once again. See if the bald man's able to push his way forward in bracket, or if it's going to be Dany getting that shot at ChunkyKong. Was it ChunkyKong who sent Dany two losers in the first place? It is, so Dany definitely thirsty for that run back. Esam, on the other hand, probably wants that run back against Wrath. Especially, that was highway robbery. So Esam, both of these players have debts to repay, so to speak. There's a phrase here. They have reason to want to continue. There's a phrase here that is like a really common phrase, and it's just like completely slipped my mind. But regardless, jumping into game number 1 between these two competitors, it's small battlefield is the stage of choice. Esam getting those first hits in, but just a walk-up grab from Dany gonna be enough to get him some solid damage as well. Dany actually getting himself respectably into the lead. Esam might need to slow things down just a little bit if he wants to keep this as a competitive set. Right now, though, Esam able to regain stage control, getting that advantage back with the quick hitbox on quick attack. And these quick attacks have been doing a really solid number to get Esam just around. It's a really solid mix-up option. A lot of people aren't prepared for it. It leads into a couple of small things. And, you know, that it really just kind of is a domino effect. Just a little quick attack leading into this, that, and the third. Although both these players pretty close to kill percent. Esam comfortably in that range. Dany maybe like another hit or two away. See who's able to get this first stock, though, because again, the first stock of the set really is a beautiful thing. It sets a definitive tone of who's the underdog here, who's the underdog, how even is this, who's playing with intent to win, who's playing with intent to do something else, or who's playing to keep it close. Dany still holding on. Again, this would be a pretty okay upset for ESAM. Upset factor 1 win if he is able to win it. Again, these two haven't played in 2 years, so it's very hard to say who is more primed to take this. That being said, it's going to be the back air from ESAM that finally closes out that first stock, and now ESAM just taking the opportunity to shark under the stage, going around, getting some, playing it slow, not wanting to drop this stock any sooner than he has to. Dany, though, not looking to overcommit either, playing it really careful, making his way around, and trying not to give ESAM any substantial openings. If ESAM's getting any damage here, it's nickel and diming his way through. And that's exactly why, because you try to go in for a big hit, you get F-tilted, you're dead. That's the end of it. Big up smash for Dany, and now Dany not quite getting the back air, follow up with from the forward air, meaning that ESAM gets a little bit longer to hang around and do whatever it is that ESAM does. Back air around probably. Dany holding on to an okay lead, but as I say it, the drag down into the down smash is going to put the percent to relatively even. ESAM managing to eke together that lead, but still staying, but again, it is pretty much dead even. And now the next question is from dead even to dead, who's going to be taking it first? Back throw. Not going to kill just yet. ESAM going out there for the end guard. Not going to fully commit to it, however. Dany not getting punished for any sort of regrab. Instead, though, ESAM looking for the dash attack. Not going to find it. Big forward tilt coming out. Not going to kill just yet. But Dany definitely fishing for it, knowing that it's probably his best and safest kill option at this point. I don't think ESAM is an up-tilt kill range either. The ledge trump, though, into the back air, going to get that ESAM the stock ahead once again. Now ESAM going under the stage, back over to the left ledge. Again, Pikachu's figuring out that they can do that and just kind of like completely make their recovery ambiguous is such a huge meta development for the character. Just in case the already like undisputed top tier needed more reasons to be an undisputed top tier. Back throw, not going to kill just yet. ESAM at 160%. I think we are at a point where up tilt will kill. Actually, we're definitely at a point where up tilt will kill. I think Dany fully aware of this as well, but still looking for those forward tilts. I think it's a more generous hitbox. ESAM just try to play it slow and play it safe. Not wanting to push his luck any more than he has to. Yeah, there it is. Dany pulling the trigger on that F tilt, or excuse me, that up tilt. So he definitely knows it's definitely online. I trust that Dany knows his kill percents. I don't know my kill percents. I'm not smart enough. That's why I play. That's why I don't play competitive. I just commentate. And now ESAM still having given Dany no opportunity to find the stock, is holding on to this lead and just playing the extremely slow game. I don't know if he's like doing a Sonic's challenge where he's trying to slow it down on everybody, or if this is just how meta Pikachu is. Who knows? But ESAM absolutely. I can't even really call it a Sonics thing. You just kind of don't want to drop your stock against Will. ESAM playing phenomenally well. It's a struggling game of try to catch me if he can, and right now it's looking like the wolf can't exactly catch the mouse. Jerry cannot get caught by Tom. Again, ESAM continuing to play it slow, just no reason to overcommit. There's only 50. Is he just going for time? Did Wrath traumatize him? Is that what it is? Wrath managed to steal it from a timeout, so now he's just like fully committed to playing it slow as possible. Is that what this is? Or does he have like a bounty? I know he's live streaming this right now. Does he have like a bounty to get the timeout or something? That'd be pretty funny if he did. Dany try to get at least the stock here. I genuinely don't think it's possible though for Dany. The forward air going to be lethal. I'm very confused, but sure. You know what, ESAM? I trust what you're doing. You won the game. I don't need to question how you won the game. Definitely taking the the scenic route, though, to that victory. I'll be right back. Pardon my absence once again. I hope you guys are still enjoying the match at hand. Looks like I've missed some pretty interesting action as Dany up 3 stocks to 1 as I return to the plate here. Not exactly sure what happened, but it looks like Dany is definitely not happy about that game 1. And frankly, I wouldn't be either. I think Dany at this point deserves this 3 stock. After the game 1, what a better way to say, screw it, you don't time me out. Who do you think you are? I'm the 3rd seed for a reason. Really send that message home. He's not able to get the dash, not able to get the up smash, is able to get the dash attack. Now Dany, still though, with a very, very substantial advantage right now. He's most certainly needs to continue his approach if he wants to get back into this game. I don't think timing him out is like an option this time. We're seeing the lightning loops, not able to get the regrab, however. So Dany managing to escape there, but Esam doing a really solid job of just racking up percent. Again, these early percents, it's really hard to do anything against Pikachu, but it doesn't really matter. You don't need any fancy combos here. Just a dash attack is enough to close that out. Dany evening up the score, 1-1. I'm so curious. What did I miss? Anybody who's like in chat and up to talk, what did I miss? Did Dany like style on Esam? What happened here? I am so curious. I mean, revenge is a dish best served cold, but my god. That went well. Game 3. Let's go. Esam's counter pick this time around. See where we're taking it. FD! Interesting. I don't know how much Wolf needs platforms, but at the same time, I feel like having platforms and options to land against Pikachu is probably in your better interest, and it also gives you a lot more options to get around. Oh my god. Esam, please. I know you almost got 3 stock, but like, chill a little bit. But as I was saying about Dany, I don't know how much Wolf needs it for advantage and how much Wolf benefits off of platforms for his advantage state, but I know for disadvantage at the very least, there's a lot of struggles or a lot of benefit for disadvantage and for neutral to having platforms as a Wolf player. So we'll see what Dany's able to do with it. Right now, he's not looking too bad. It was a pretty rough start, but sometimes you just gotta remember, Pikachu plays like a very different game. Like, Pikachu doesn't get early kills. 132, he's able to get a dash attack. Like, so you basically, you get that first 80% or so for free, and then you have to like really work your ass off for that next like 40-50%. The numbers, what do they mean? They don't mean the same thing as they do in a normal game, I'll tell you that much. With that being said, Dany, though, down a pretty substantial amount at the moment. Big dash attack. But Esam still up a pretty healthy amount. Still has yet to drop this first stock, which is something that you definitely need. It's the first step to winning any game, is taking the first stock. And Esam not looking to give that over just yet. Really good stuff with the quick attacks as well. Getting these conversions, keeping Dany kind of guessing, catching the jump with the forward air, and now look, finally dropping that first stock to a wolf flash off ledge. Dany trying to get the grab, unfortunately not able to find it. Sitting at 112%. Again, he does have a little bit of room to maneuver around here. Pikachu still, I think, needs another hit or two before dash attack is anything of concern. And in the meantime, you have to deal with Wolf with Raid. Even with the 120%, the dash attack wasn't able to do it just yet. So Esam still needing to put in some more work. Back throw, not going to kill. I like the attempt with the Thunder, but Dany a little too ready for it. That dash attack, however, going to be enough to get that stock off the board. And now Esam going to take that full time to go under the stage, just like wait out that invincibility. Dany only taking 15% so far on this stock, which is, again, a great sign for the Dany fans at home who are hoping he can make this comeback. Still at a very low percent. Esam hasn't gotten any big loops started yet. It is still getting ever closer to kill percent. Dany just needing like 1 or 2 solid hits, maybe a back air if he can find it to close this out. Up smash would also probably do the trick. There's the little loop into the down smash just to get some percentage on the board. And now we're seeing Esam getting a little more comfortable on the last stock, but Dany still not out of it just yet. There's the forward tilt, not going to kill, but again, going to send Esam to a pretty awkward position. Looking for that back air, you can tell he's really hunting for that kill. And it needs to find it sooner rather than later, but Esam just has so much flexibility with where he can be, so much flexibility with how much he needs to approach. He really doesn't need to do anything. It's all kind of in Dany's hands here, and that's a lot easier said than done. Good stuff. I'm not sure what exactly that was. I think it was a dash attack trade, but Dany finally going to be able to get that stock off. We'll see if he's able to get some of this damage on. Got a landing forward air, not going to continue to try to push it to his luck, however. Getting a little bit more damage, and now, again, Dany having Rage does have some opportunity to make a comeback here. We're seeing some really solid trades that are going well in Dany's favor here. A really good air dodge to dodge that forward air. But again, the question is, can Dany stay alive long enough to make it count? The answer, unfortunately, is no. The down smash going to be lethal. Esam going up 2-1. Okay. My sincerest apologies. I am back once again, and I should be back for good, so you guys don't have to worry about me skedaddling in the middle of this game yet. Anyway, Game 4. Oh, I didn't miss anything. Let's go. It's awesome. Alright, so Game 4, Pokemon Stadium 2 is our stage of choice. Again, starting things off the slower side of things. Esam looking to get a loop started. Able to find a couple up tilts, but not able to connect it into the Nair. So, Dany getting a little bit longer before he starts having to be in Pika Purgatory. Pikatory? I don't know. I might be cooking with that. I don't know. Regardless, definitely a very even opening to the game so far. Not too much of a deficit on Dany just yet. But it is to be mentioned that ESAM has been doing a really good job at getting a lot of conversions, racking up percentage, and has been doing a pretty solid job at converting into kills as well. So, Dany, not out of the woodwork. Dany, though, it does have the lead, which is extremely important. See if he's able to get this first stock off, force a game 5, or if it's going to be ESAM closing it out with 3-1. At the moment, just the slow, patient neutral. Both these players not wanting to drop this first stock. ESAM definitely a lot closer to kill percent. The down throw just to get a little bit more damage on the board. Dany looking for the dash attack, not going to find it, but is going to be able to make it back to stage, but gets called out on the high recovery with the down smash, ultimately losing him that first stock. Even without being able to go completely under the stage, ESAM's still able to stall out the invincibility under the ledge as well. Back throw, not going to be able to kill from across the stage, but still going to give Dany the stage advantage, which is helpful. ESAM sitting at about 176%, but is getting these conversions out. Not able to get the down air. That would have been disgusting if he did. But finally going to drop that stock to the dash attack. Only 31% on Dany at the moment, which is a pretty manageable amount. Gets a up smash at 0. Okay. You know what? Damage is damage. Don't mind to question it. Big forward air. And again, Dany just kind of slowing it down the pace here, just trying to work his way back in. Now that the percents are a little closer to even, he's beginning to put the pedal on the metal a little bit more. And what a call out on the high recovery. The forward smash from Dany, earning him that stock and now giving him a very, very respectable lead. ESAM not calling out the high recovery, giving him the opportunity, giving Dany a little bit more chance to stay alive. To see what he's able to do, though, because so far ESAM's been getting a decent amount of damage. Calls out the quick attack with the gun, of all things. And now we're seeing ESAM kind of struggling to get the kill. As I say it, though, gets the drag down nair into the up smash. ESAM completely evaporating that lead that Dany had accrued. Now we're in nair loop territory, so Dany gonna have to play extremely cautious around these low percents. Up throw into the up air and getting that forward air as well. No conversions into the back air just yet, but ESAM very, very much so at back air kill percent at ledge. So gonna have to play extremely slow, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Just seeing him play back, not approaching at all. Finally goes for a quick attack to try to get in and is immediately called out on it. I think he had the right idea before, just staying by the ledge. Yeah, we're seeing, though, like, some of it is ESAM wanting to play it slow, hoping that Dany will approach when he doesn't have to, but I think Dany is fully aware that he is under no obligations to really make these approaches. He's dead. The ledge trump setup, I like it, but it's not going to pan out just yet. The fake kill screen, not going to be the end of ESAM's stock just yet. It's getting kind of scarily close. ESAM a couple good hits away from being able to find a possible conversion into a kill. Dany just needs one strong hit, though. 142% on a very, very light electric rat. Not missing another tech, though. The up smash not going to kill just yet, but getting scarily close. The back air, though, going to be more than enough to do it. Dany forcing out that game number 5. ESAM was able to make it a real nail biter, but again, really big props to Dany. It takes a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of discipline to play it slow, to not let your composure fall apart, especially as those percentages are getting closer and closer, and the inevitable lingering thoughts of, oh no, am I going to get, are they going to manage to come back? Really great stuff. See if he's able to bring that into game number 5, or if it's going to be ESAM closing it out and getting his shot against ChunkyKong. It is ESAM's counter pick. I am curious to see where we're going for this game number 5. I assume not PS2, and it is indeed not PS2. We're going to be going over to Hollow Bastion, which actually I think is a really good stage pick if you're a Dany fan. I think this stage, with its small size, probably makes it a little harder for Pika to camp things out. However, I may be completely wrong as well. ESAM screwing up the Thunder and the unfortunate SD to open things up, that is, that cannot feel good. Now again, I do trust ESAM to maintain his composure, but just given how close this thing has been up until this point, it's definitely not a leeway you can really afford to give. Good grab from Dany, and Dany's also playing really well as well. You can definitely feel he's getting into his comfort zone a healthy bit. Now though, ESAM working on making his way back into this is at about 113%, which means he needs to watch out again if he doesn't want to go down 3 stocks to 1. Gotta be extremely careful now, as I think a well-placed dash attack could probably be lethal, and I think Dany fully aware of that as well. It doesn't matter though, it's gonna be the back throw, and now ESAM down 3 stocks to 1, taking a moment to reset on the platform. He's gotta get that SD out of your system, but Dany ain't gonna give you that opportunity. 3 dash attacks finally gonna get interrupted by the Thunder 1. Big up smash for the Wolfmane. Now ESAM sitting at 70% on his last stock. Again, a really unfortunate SD. I feel like that just kind of sucked all the wind out of ESAM's sails. Gonna be able to get the dash attack though, so if there's any time to play a slow and patient game, now is that opportunity. You have 5 minutes on this block, ESAM. You absolutely have the opportunity to slow this down, to play it extremely patient, and just nickel and dime your way back into this. Take advantage of Dany trying to close things out, and ideally don't get up smashed again on the platform. Ideally. Big forward smash attempt from Dany to try to close things out with the 2 stock. The back throw not going to kill, but is going to put ESAM in a very awkward position. Going to be able to recover to that middle platform though, and again, that is the one thing about these stages, is that you can recover pretty free as Pikachu, but unfortunately, ESAM getting caught by that up smash. It's going to be Dany taking home the victory, 3-2. Yeah, a really unfortunate SD. Again, I feel like that kind of gutted ESAM's momentum there, especially as he was looking to make a pretty competitive Game 5, but sometimes you just get a little too eager off stage for that Thunder. It happens to the best of us. Regardless, really solid run from ESAM. Outplaced his seed by 1. So a hearty congrats there. Dany, though, going to be moving on and getting his run back against ChunkyKong, which I'm sure does kind of feel pretty good. Before I firmly believe Dany versus ChunkyKong is going to be the set of our bracket. Like, if there's any set to look back to as bombastic, energetic, really fun to watch, Dany ChunkyKong. I didn't say which Dany ChunkyKong though when I said that. I didn't prepare for it to be a differentiation between the winners semis version of this set and losers finals. Losers final has a little bit more stakes to it. This is match to get into the money, which, speaking of money, is a great time to shout out the folks at League Trolley who so generously provide us with the prize pool for this bracket every single week. We really appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. It makes these events so much more fun and so much more rewarding for our competitors. But with the League Trolley glazing out of our way, we're going to be getting the run back between ChunkyKong and Dany, and it is going to be one hell of a run back at that. ESAM, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you so much. Your run was very fun to commentate. I've been on this solo this whole time, just like solo running this commentary. So we appreciate you for coming out. Hope you had a good time, and would love to see you again in the future. Yeah, the SD was rough, man. It happens to the best of us, though. And your run was good, all things considered. You outplaced your seed! That's something, right? It's a W. Some degree. Also, hello and welcome ESAM viewers. Hope you guys had a fun time. Hope you guys had a great stream as well. I saw that was going on the side. I lurked for a little bit to see some of the sets off stream while I was commentating. Not the most professional, but I was there. I saw some of the cool things that ESAM was hitting. If you're just joining us now, we're getting ready for another banger set. We got Dany versus ChunkyKong coming up real soon. Gonna be a real fun time too. Fun run back of the winners semis set between these two players. Chunky took it pretty commandingly that first time around. Dany, I'm sure, very eager for that comeback. Or for that run back, excuse me. That'll be starting very, very soon. And by very soon, I mean pretty much now. Hold. Hey. Okay, cool. I can see the stream again. Yippee. Alright. Not sure what's being selected here. I assume a stage? Maybe? Maybe a character? Hold on, what's cracking? Okay, nothing's being said. I guess they're getting a stage ready or somebody's like grabbing a sip of water. Frankly, can't fault anybody for it. I disappeared how many times? I got up like 3 times, 4 times during this bracket to get this jazz. That's how it be. So I am in no position to criticize anybody for taking a second to get themselves ready, get themselves together. Anyways, again, thank you all so much for joining. If any of you guys are interested, any of the ESAM viewers are interested in participating in a future Sundown series, these events are completely free to enter and a really fun time around. We get a lot of cool players here, so we would love to have you. I think the Discord panel or Discord link is in the channel's about page, so feel free to join. It's where we post all of our information for our future events. Here we go though, it's showtime. No more stalling. We're not going to be dilly-dallying any further. ChunkyKong versus Dany. Losers finals. Let's go. Starting things off on Town and City is the stage of choice. We've seen before from ChunkyKong that this stage is apparently just good for DK, despite my preconceived notions about this stage being unviable for the character. Chunky, right now, starting at a bit of a deficit again. We've seen this before. Dany usually really good at getting these openings, even sometimes getting the full first stock, and then all of a sudden Chunky just gains like the second win. It's a very bizarre phenomenon. It's just like the ChunkyKong effect, and there it is right now, already starting up. Really good back airs, trying to find the giant punch already. Not going to catch it, but still getting a really quick 52 on board, especially after eating 143, is very solid. Is that death? No, Dany's got that mash. I like the high up B too, getting all the hits and getting the fake out on the wall tech. Rounded up B, not going to hit. And the down smash from Dany going to be enough to take out that first stock. However, ChunkyKong brought the percents pretty close to even before that stock disappeared. Now it is Dany running away with this. Again, the Wolf combo game is very, very potent. And of course, Dany, very potent player in his own right. The fair into the side special, not going to kill just yet. The dash attack sending Chunky well off stage, but the drift is phenomenal. Not phenomenal enough to get away from that side B though. I told you before, and I said that you got Dany definitely fiending for this, but ChunkyKong not gonna let him go down without a fight. The giant punch is online, and some crazy things can happen. Dany just choosing to play it slow, playing it cautious, because he knows exactly what will happen if he gets a little too overzealous against the chunkiest of monkeys. Big hand slap there, the back air already 60% just from one interaction. The double take into the ding dong, and that's the stock gone. No giant punch needed. Who cares? You don't need that. You don't need your stock. You don't need anything. Just leave it to me. All of a sudden, this game is completely back to even. The ChunkyKong effect is in full swing. And trust me, these monkeys know a thing or two about swinging. Man, dude, Chunky is playing it so patient too. He's not overcommitting at all. He's just going in with these safe options. Big down tilt, the double back air, the giant punch is online. Dany has to be extremely cautious with how he proceeds here. The cargo throw, looking for the ding dong, but a phenomenal mash from Dany to get out of it. Giant punch not going to be punishable on shield, but it is offline, which gives a little bit of solace, but only the tiniest bit. The hand slap into the up smash. ChunkyKong making the full reversal for my full stock deficit. My God, dude. This guy has something very, very potently against the idea of dropping a game. What a turnaround. It's very jarring. It's like watching a car slowly get into gear. Once it's in gear and that gas pedal is pressed, brother, it's a whole new game. Going to game number 2, we're not going to be getting any stage counter picks. Town and City is going to remain our stage of choice. Which again, I was saying even before on paper, I think this is a good stage for Wolf, and then because DK can't ding dong, and then Chunky has done nothing but prove me wrong on that statement. So I really don't know where you would take DK unless you can't take it, because I assume I don't know what the bans are actually. Maybe Kalos, maybe FD. Big down air though, Dany getting a big opening, but ultimately forfeiting the stock in the process. I mean, sorta worth, I guess. Like, we're playing by Smash 4 rules now, it's just 2 sides. It's cool. ChunkyKong slowing it down, playing it really patient, which again is definitely to his benefit. We've seen what happens when Dany gets an opening. He's able to get really slick conversions or really strong combos and just rack up a lot of percent. While Chunky's been doing a good job at making it back from those deficits, it's not something you can really consistently count on doing. That's a feat for a reason. It's not the bog standard. Chunky with a really good down tilt. Not going to be able to trip at that percent, however. Not going to be close enough to get a grab after it. Great hand slap to get the follow up on the tech roll though. And now Dany and Chunky sitting at pretty much even percents. Dany looking to get this stock here, trying to catch landings with these back airs, with these F smashes, but it's just not quite going his way just yet. Dany's sharking the platform here with these up airs, but Chunky managing to get under him and find an up tilt to ultimately take that stock. Big dash attack, the up air not gonna kill. Those high ceilings somehow working out better for ChunkyKong than they are for Dany, which is so surprising to me. The back throw though at 185, more than enough to kill. That kills 1.5 times over. And now we're on a last stock situation, but it is Chunky getting that first hit. The double back air, the giant punch is online, but the back airs are what's really doing it right now. Dany sitting here at 80%, getting really close to kill percent. You see Chunky sitting there sharking the platform, trying to get the grab. Oh my god, dude. Dany needs to play extremely careful here. One just stray giant punch or one really bad grab could be the difference between the life and death here. Dany, though, getting some solid strings of his own, but it's not going to matter. The giant punch on the landing is going to be enough to close it out. ChunkyKong up 2-0 now over Dany. And it's been quite the uphill battle, to say the least. Dany running it right back into town, it looks like, potentially. Unless Chunky has objections. Doesn't look like he does, though. So, begins game 3. Can Dany get himself something on the board? Or is Chunky going to take this tournament head-to-head with a 6-0 over Dany before getting the opportunity to see if he can reset on Wrath? Dany, once again, getting a solid opening. Again, getting these really good starts, but just the momentum shifts so drastically, so quickly, that it almost doesn't matter sometimes. Dany this time around is a lot less pronounced of an opening. Chunky keeping the percent really close. Gonna get called out on the hand slap and getting called out on the giant punch as well. He's there putting Chunky in an awkward position, but he is still able to recover. The hand slap's not gonna be able to kill there, not converting into the up smash. And Dany with a great up air close out stock 1. Big grab though, and Dany getting carried right off the side blast zone. It's now ChunkyKong back at an even game. The grab, the back air, and the re-grab into the up throw nair. The Chunky just playing so phenomenally well in these neutral situations. Like 3 pivot grabs in a row on the platform. Chunky's really just kind of playing his own game, man. He's kind of unfazed by whatever percent he's at. Like, he's on his own MO. He knows what he needs. It doesn't really matter. Big up air, too. Dany now down to his tournament stock. ChunkyKong sitting with a very respectable lead and the giant punch online. Hand slap's not going to connect here at these lower percents. Dany getting an opportunity to try to find a little bit more, going way out there for the nair, but not able to finish the edge guard. That one, though, is going to send in a different direction than I think, at least definitely a different direction than ChunkyKong was thinking. Missing that tech. Now we're on last stock, or potentially tournament stock here for Dany, potentially his first game stock here as well. And we're seeing Dany recognizing that and playing a really cautious game, not wanting to get grabbed, not wanting to give ChunkyKong anything. What's the song? Good question. I think it's just the in-game music. I want to say I don't have. Hold on, let me get my headphones back on and let you know. I actually can't hear the song through this. I can try to hear it through the stream though. I'm not sure what this is. I'm listening to the stream. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It's something in the Smash Ultimate soundtrack, though. It actually might be Animal Crossing. I don't know. You probably know. No, Twitchy, you might know more than I would. Oh, there we go. Dany got a game. All right. No, Twitchy, you would probably know if you're actually an Animal Crossing enthusiast as well as an Isabelle player. Oh, this is Alex's playlist? Oh, then I don't know. I thought it was just the in-game music. It goes to show what I know. 11, what's the song? You have 5,000. Yeah, there you go. So, You would definitely know if it was Animal Crossing music. It sounded kind of Animal Crossing in the vibe, but I also don't have nearly that many hours on Animal Crossing. I played New Horizons for a little bit, and then I kind of fell out of it. 11, what's the song? 11. Somebody hunt this man down. Curb, you might need to be in charge of getting this song before Twitchy. He's fucking dead. It would appear so. Oh wait, hold. Wait, maybe. Oh, okay. We're getting like the behind the scenes interrogation on 11. I promise. That, or we could what I could do is I could just timestamp the pod. Timestamp the VOD, and then we'll just go back. So it's like around 4.5 hours in. Please don't. Fine, I won't. But 1.5 hours. Just in case we do need to go back and 11 is dead. Anywho. Back to the game at hand. There's ChunkyKong taking the first stock. Our investigation goes unsolved, unfortunately, unless 11 materializes. Oh, spam it. No, I'm not going to spam ping anybody. I'm just going to say timestamp the VOD. Scott, you're deaf. Please. Twitchy, I need you to be our mediator. Did you hear me say spam ping the mod? I definitely said timestamp the VOD. While I'm waiting on that response. Yeah, okay. I 100%. Anyway. Yeah, fuck you too. Wait, I don't know if I could say that or if that's conflict with sponsors. Whatever. Screw you too, Scott. Anyway, back to the set at hand. ChunkyKong currently sitting in a very comfortable lead while I'm sitting here beefing with my I'm sitting here beefing with the team manager over over a song request. Meanwhile, ChunkyKong is busy looking to put the finishing touches on this set. Anywho, yeah, I know, we ball. But anyway, back to the game at hand. Dany looking to get this stock off. There's the back air. Not going to kill those. Not the sweet spot. Dany, though, is getting definitely more comfortable going out there for those edge guards. Up smash, not going to hit. Back air, though, most certainly is. Not going to kill, though. Which does mean Dany gets a little more time to at least try to get something together. Maybe. Just kidding. Oh, wait, he got the mash this time around, but the back air is going to say absolutely not. Dany did get a game, so there was a margin of improvement between the last two sets, but it is ultimately ChunkyKong taking it with 3-1, getting that opportunity to have his run back against Wrath. Very good stuff to Dany, regardless. Always fun to watch him play. Now, with that being said, with the games being over, it is time for Grand Finals. This is very anticipated run back between ChunkyKong and Wrath. For those who are not here for Winners Finals, that set went pretty much Game 5, last stock, last hit. It was ultimately Wrath who closed it out, but Chunky made it look incredibly doable. So, with that being said, this is far from a certain Grand Finals. And at least far from a certain Grand Finals set 1. Taking 6 games off of Wrath in a row, or within a 10-game session, is definitely going to be a struggle. A pretty substantial struggle at that. But it is theoretically doable, especially if Chunky continues playing the way that he has been. He's been grinding so hard. But with all that being said, it is now time for grants. Raph has arrived. And with that being said, and with his arrival, marks the start of a brand new set. Whole new stakes, and a competition between two highly talented competitors. Hold on, we might have gotten a response to Twitchy thing. This is more important. I'm sitting here gassing this up. This is more important. 11 said he's not sure exactly when he... I don't even know if you're still here, Twitchy, but if you are, he said it's either City Escape from Sonic Generations, or if it was before, it was Holy Land from Mega Man 04. We might just go back in the VOD, though. Like, once the stream's over... 11, if you're here, I don't know if you're, like, here now, but if you are here now, we'll go back in the VOD after it's done. I know exactly what it was in the VOD, and I'll just pester you. I'll get like a clip or something, and you can see if you can tell me the song. Anyway, with that being said, now that our song discourse is done, it is showtime between two fierce contenders. I think I mixed contenders and competitors. I'm making up words now too. I'm my own William Shakespeare. I just make up words as I see fit. It's going to be a very Gerfunkel Grand Finals. Starting things off with Pokemon Stadium 2 between these two players. Once again, already starting off very even. Now, Raph does have, he does have the advantage of being on the winner's side of this. Chunky is fresh off of a set, so he's a little more warmed up. It doesn't seem, however, that Raph is all too phased by this, already starting off with a very, very respectable lead. I love the slow walk just across the stage. You're playing against the fastest character in the game, and you, as Donkey Kong, just have the gall, the chutzpah, to just slowly walk over, just like meandering across the stage to go greet Raph as he does Raph things. Frankly, this is an even game right now. It's very goofy to say, but it is an even game. If Raph gets down tilted at the wrong spot, or if he gets grabbed, he might be dead. He's not dead, but he might have been. Again, it just kind of goes to show. Good timing on the, what's it called? It was good timing on the Giant Punch, but unfortunately just not quite there. Now Raph has the stock advantage. Chunky looking for these Giant Punches. Again, he's very willing to let them rip, which again is the sign of a better DK player. Frankly, not enough DK players are willing to let the Giant Punch rip. I know, especially when I play DK, I'm always like so scared of it not hitting or whatever, so I don't pull the trigger. But no, you gotta have confidence to just kind of swing it. You're not gonna get punished for this again. And yeah, it's a little tedious to wind up, but like, oh come on, really? At least we got a funny freeze frame. But come on, it's the first set of Grands. And this is how we're stopping it? Or starting it? Or something? Oh, it's an actual disconnect. A disconnect to open Grand? Are you kidding me? And it's a disconnect from Raph. Interesting. Chunky's offering to restart the match, which is pretty chill of him, but like, I don't know if it's his call. Okay, rather than saying he wants to restart from where they were, Chunky sounds like he's down for it. Again, just a W for ChunkyKong there, because he could take the game if he wanted to. But, he's opting not to. which is pretty legit. What a guy. Hearty round of applause for ChunkyKong in the chat. He's such a homie. And again, this is for money too. Like, this is depending on who wins. There is money on the line here, and Chunky's still being a homie about it. It's not like coin box money, but I like the mentality behind it. I like the sportsmanship. And again, regardless of whether there's money on the line or there's no money on the line, whatever it is, I like the sportsmanship between these two players. There's just like, oh, the arena break now too? Everyone's disconnecting tonight. LaMayo, okay. Alright, well, we'll remake the arena. Apparently everything's breaking. No, I agree. I fully agree. Hiroshi. I think it is better to take the win. Sometimes, though, again, and this is where it comes into tournament rules. It depends tournament to tournament, but a lot of tournaments that we run and a lot of tournaments that are run tend to not like putting the discussion on the player. Like, for example, Coinbox, I think it was Butterkicks versus Spargo. Spargo disconnected. And while Spargo said he was, and Butterkicks both said they were cool to run it back, sometimes the TOs don't like leaving that decision to the player, just because they feel like it puts pressure on the player. No, I'm not throwing any shade at Butterkicks. Butterkicks wanted to play it out. The TOs said no. So I wasn't sure of what our rules were, but it sounds like we're letting them just play it out from where they left off. So, and again, to be fair, if it is just like a weird pressure thing, like I in general, I tend to get it. It looks like they're gonna try to equate out percentages. Apparently Wrath remembered what percent they were at. So they're just kind of resetting from where they were. He was at 61.7% reportedly, while Chunky was on his second stock at 20%. Are you... What? There's no way, no! Are you kidding? Oh, they ever gonna... No, Chunky got DC! No, it's not even plot armor. Chunky got DC'd this time, so it's What is happening? It's not even Wrath. Like, if Wrath DC'd twice, at that point I'd say Chunky take the win. It's not even that simple. Only if the Sundown. Okay, sure thing. Oh, well, these. All right. Has to be Nintendo, maybe. 3, 2, 1, go! If Wrath takes the. All right. Go time. Now we can like actually get them to their correct percents, and so we start the slow and arduous process of racking up the percent. You know what? I'm realizing it's 10:48. I have a Panda Express that closes at like 11, and I want to eat tonight, presumably. So I'm gonna run really fast. This game will probably play out without commentary, and I apologize to the viewers at home who are sitting through that. But with that being said, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run, get some food, and then I will return. So I at least know that I can consume something tonight. back. Hope I didn't miss too much. Looks like I didn't, which is fortunate. Ah. Oh my god, he's here and commentating. I'm not alone anymore. Let's go. I'm free. Yeah, so funny story about that, champ. For some reason, they decided they're closing 15 minutes early today. So your boy got no food. I'm gonna have to Uber eat some shit. It's so, I'm literally there, I see the employees, their posted hours are till 11. The whole building is locked. They won't let me in, even, which is like, dog, what the hell? So I'm gonna have to Uber eat some shit. Yeah, we do. It is. I think the University of Maryland system has like a contract with Panda Express or something. So because I know it's not just my campus. Like there's other UMD College Park, I know also has one. No, what's annoying is before I've gotten this late before. They don't love it because they're usually trying to close. But I've had like times where I'm out late for finals and stuff. Or out like stuck crunching for midterms or homework assignments or whatever, and they were still open, and they just like they were still willing to serve me. So they like kind of got it. I was like, okay, why the hell are they not doing that now? What the fuck? So, it's really annoying. I'll Uber eat some stuff after the bracket. Well, to be fair, disconnects aside, Wrath was pretty in a clear advantage in game number 1. Chunky looking okay. I wouldn't say okay. He's looking worse for wear and got called out on the roll. Fortunately, DK ain't got that like Samus roll. And even if he did have that Samus roll, Wrath was face right for it. So yeah, he had that unlocked. That's pretty fair. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Astro. That's like, why are you closing 15 minutes early? If you put up the sign and have the sign say open till 11, then I expect it to be open until 11. If I show up at 10:59, that's your problem. You're getting paid for that. Oh my god. Oh my lord, dude. I will never eat at Panda Express for another week. Till next Sundown series. Grr. I can't stay mad at them, man. Their honey walnut shrimp goes way too hard. That's how it be, though. Anyway, game 3. Iron Gut. Honest, I've always found it enjoyable. I find like literally any other Chinese food preferable to it. Like, I've been to good Chinese restaurants and I've been to Panda Express. It's passable. It's not gourmet. But honestly, the honey walnut shrimp is pretty good. It's like, honey walnut shrimp is good. While the orange chicken is like great. It's like kind of what they're known for. I mean, it's not gourmet food by any means, but I mean, it's pretty hard to screw up chicken, you know? With that being said, enough about my increased hunger. Back to the game at hand. Wrath has yet to be hit so far, finally. As I say, it commentator's blessing for ChunkyKong there. Again, this is how a lot of these games have tended to start. Because Wrath just plays so flawlessly. Like, again, I think I mentioned it before, but I mean, Chunky had to play through 2 pretty strong, really strong Sonic players this bracket. He had to play into Cobalt, who's a really solid Sonic player, has his fair share of top 8 finishes at these Sundown series, and good results in other Wi-Fi brackets. And he has to play Wrath, who is literally the 3rd best Sonic player on the planet, 2nd best in NA. And like, even against Cobalt, I don't want to say even against, they're both good players, but I mean, there's very objectively a skill gap between Cobalt and Wrath. And against Cobalt, we were still seeing that even a quote-unquote lower-level Sonic player was still able to just play the matchup phenomenally and kind of like
run Chunky through the ringer. Now, Chunky was ultimately able to capitalize on a lot of openings, and Chunky is also an extremely talented player. He played phenomenally well, capitalized on his openings, found openings there. Wrath is a whole different story, because Wrath, like, he basically flex sealed shut every single crack in his, or almost every single crack in his armor. You know, there's a reason he's the 4th best player on for the Wi-Fi Warrior ranking V8. The only people who are like consistently able to beat him are like the top 3, and then like maybe some others in the top 10. And that's no diss to ChunkyKong either. Chunky's a phenomenal player. But this matchup is terrible, and Wrath knows how to make it even more miserable. With all that being said, though, Chunky is still playing really well. Again, he forced it to Game 5 in winner's side, and right now he's got it pretty much even, albeit down stock, but has rapid kill percent here. He's down 2-0 too, so he really needs this if he wants to, like, get this together. But, you know, Wrath, not exactly going to give him that for free. Best Sonic in North Carolina. There you go. I knew you were a top Sonic somewhere. I just forgot exactly which reason. Or which region. I'm like still out of breath. I literally, side crash on. I literally ran over there so I could get back for this. And it was closed. I'm still mad about that. Anyway. Enough about that. Enough about me and my food shenanigans for real this time. Chunky down here at approaching kill percent. Any normal character, this is kill percent. This is Donkey Kong. He's got like another 40% left in him at least. And then add the Sonic tax, he's living to 200. So, he does have Giant Punch online. He's got Rage. Big back air. Not able to get a second one, unfortunately. But honestly, the game's even. I wonder what Chunky thinks of the matchup. I think he probably is optimistic about it. Chunky's a big character optimist. If I had to guess, probably -1, at worst -2 in his books. We could ask him though. I know he streams. I think he's actually streaming his run of this. If I recall correctly, he is. He thinks it's -1? That's pretty generous. On the way he was playing winners finals, if anyone was here, the game's over. But like, if you guys were here for winners finals, he really did make it look like it was only -1. Like he genuinely made that shit look so close. Wrath, I mean, the grand finals, he kind of got smoked out, but like, at least from what I saw, he didn't get smoked out too hard. I don't know what the game 1 looked like after they finally were able to run it back, but. Yeah, that tracks. Regardless, good stuff to both these players. They both played phenomenally well. I'm really happy that ChunkyKong pulled up. Always one of my favorite players to play against. Or, not to play against, to watch and commentate over. And of course, congratulations to Wrath as well. Always happy to see him around. I know a lot of people don't like Sonic, but honestly, Wrath is really cool with it. It's always a pleasure getting to commentate these high-level players. Watch this Wi-Fi competition, of course. We ball out. Thank you all so much for pulling up as well. Really appreciate you guys' continued support. Whether you came here from ESAM stream, whether you are here for that. Yeah, Cobalt, that clip was sick, dude. I was losing my shit. That was honestly really fire. Yeah. I'll gas myself up. I got it. Hold up. Wait, I got this. Sonic won a major. Sonic's won a couple. Sonic has won a couple of majors, I think. Didn't Sonic's win port priority? I'm pretty sure he won port priority, and I think that was over Mia. Hold on, I'll look it up. I definitely think Sonic has won a major, though. Yeah, that's fine. I will, but first, before I do that, AstroCloud, I looked it up. I don't know if the Coinbox IRL counted as a major, but he won that, and he did win port priority 8 over Mia, which was definitely a major. He also won Gommel 2023. So he does have a couple of major wins. Anyway, with that being said, my name is Wonky Drive. If you enjoyed me destroying my vocal cords across the last 5 hours with stream, alone, by the way, you can follow me on Twitter. I occasionally post some Smash junk. It's a fun time. Of course, honestly, I don't gas myself up too much. So if you want to follow me there, you can. If not, just catching me here, bantering with you guys while we watch these tournaments. That's all I ask for. So pull up to the Ultra events. They're awesome. These guys are great.
Yep.
Okay, so for those of you listening at home, Alex is giving his whole ramble. He's gassing everyone up, and
Wait,
none of you can
fuck-
hear him.
Why the fuck does my mic keep switching? What the fuck? Anyways, I wasn't muted this time. It was just my fucking OBS messing with me. Anyways, regardless of all that, let's get some W's in the chat for my homie fucking Wonky. That's what I was trying to say. I will reiterate that because W-Mans really do appreciate everything that he does. So if we could get a couple more besides Wonky's self-W in the chat, that'd be fucking awesome. But yeah, no, I was basically saying thank you everybody for coming through. I really do appreciate it. You guys are really amazing. If you guys are looking for good practice on a weekly basis, please consider checking us out. We do this on a weekly basis every single Monday, or try to do it every single Monday. Yeah, this was the perfect example with players such as Rad, ChunkyKong, Esam, Dany, and countless others coming through for a chance at a $70 or $30, $100 prize pool every single time when we do it. But thank you everybody for coming through. Check us out on Twitter, check us out here on a weekly basis, and join the Discord if you can. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Anything else before I officially end the stream?
Yeah, take care. Join the Discord. Pull up to these events. They're really fun. And have a wonderful rest of your week. We really appreciate you starting it off with us.
All right, take care, you guys. Stay safe. Have a good rest of your week.